instructions, rather, on exiting the building in case of an emergency.
Thank you. So for those who are here in person, you can go out either door at the back and to the right or the left and head outside. For those participating remotely, thank you for being here. If you would like to make a content comment throughout the meeting, please let me know in the chat and Helen will call on you. Otherwise, we are not monitoring the chat for content. Thanks.
All righty. Item 3, agenda review, additions, deletions, or changes in order of agenda items. Are there any? Seeing none, we'll move on to comments and questions from the public not related to the agenda. Is there anyone here to speak? Oh, Roseanne.
Thank you. I'm going to try to keep this brief. You know me, I ramble a lot, so I made notes. So I'm speaking, yeah. I'm speaking to you now because time is running out for the ash trees. I'm once again the ash lady on my street. Last year, I was told by Public Works that half of all of the ash trees on my street are going to be cut down before the end of the year. And I think they were meeting the fiscal year, which is only 3 weeks away. There are 3 ash trees in front of my house. 2 of the 3 have ribbons around them, although some of the ribbons are disappearing, and I have not taken the ribbons off. But that means 2 of the 3 may be cut down before maybe you had the time to take this up. So I'm trying to urge you to hold off the cutting down of the trees, at least on Four Sisters Road, until you make your decision, because once they're cut down, obviously, then there's no hope. But in the larger context, I'm again asking the city to hear from true experts with ash trees and with methods to address the emerald ash borer. Since the time that the Public Works Department wrote their plan, new treatment methods have been tried, and they are successfully saving tens of thousands of trees. In fact, I just talked to the tree expert tonight, and he said the price is dropping to like $5 an inch, which I can go into the details if you want. Anyway, treating the trees buys you time. Even if you decide to cut them down, you can start planting new trees now, but also it buys you time if new technologies come out that are even better than what they've got now. Right now, it's like every 3 years. Moreover, we've got climate change. And with climate change, we need every tree we have. Mature trees store so much more carbon than small trees. And it will take decades for the trees that we're planting now to have that power to store that kind of carbon. And of course, once you cut these mature trees down, they release the carbon that they have been storing. I don't know if you've read the report, the Associated Press report that was in the Burlington Free Press on Sunday, that carbon dioxide levels in the atmosphere have shot past the key milestones. It was measured just in the past week or so at 421 parts per million of carbon dioxide. Before the industrial age, it was 280 parts per million, and you know the whole 350 was the benchmark, and we've blown past that. According to the report, the world is putting in 10 billion metric tons of carbon in the air each year, but much of it gets drawn down by oceans and plants. And trees sequester a lot of the carbon. So, and of course, in addition to storing the carbon, they reduce heat, they filter out air pollution, they suck up stormwater, they nurture wildlife, they even improve people's mental and physical health. And there are records that say crime levels drop when there are lots of trees around. But just like that, the fact that carbon dioxide levels are rising when they should be falling around the country, we should be planting trees, but we are losing trees. American cities are losing 36 million trees every year. And unfortunately, South Burlington is doing the same thing. So rather than using the proven and cheaper methods to treat our trees, our city is cutting them down. It's also cheaper to cut them down. Treating them is way cheaper than cutting down, replacing them. The estimates are you can get 20 years of treatment for the cost of cutting down our trees. So the current plan is to cut them all down. There were at one point 860 street ash trees. I think I read something on the city website that now we've cut down 200 of them. I'd say unnecessarily. but we can save them. Other places are saving them. You inject it into the trunk. It does not affect other species, and it has been shown to work especially in Minnesota and other places. So again, urging you, stop the axe, stop the saw from cutting the trees down. I know the NRCC is, I think, going to take this up to get more information. So just hold off till you get more information. If you then decide to cut them down, okay, but once you cut them down, that's an irreversible action. You can't uncut them. But if you don't cut them now, you can always decide to cut them down in the future. So that's my urgent plea. And time is running out. You got 3 weeks. If the public works plan goes as planned, 15 of the trees on my street of the 30 ash trees will be gone in a few weeks. Thank you. Please.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? We had a number of people join us. I don't know if you're here for interviews or to speak from the public. Okay. Is there anyone else in TV land out there who wants to speak? Okay. We'll move on then to announcements and the city manager's report. Tom, any announcements?
Two come to mind. Helen, I saw you last week at the Civic and Community Leader Day up at the Vermont Air National Guard. So that was good to see the operations that are happening out on the airfield. And also, I don't necessarily think this was because of my current role as a city councilor, but I have been asked and I have accepted to serve on, I think you're aware of this, Helen, on the Airport Director Hiring Committee. So the mayor asked me, and Karen Paul also followed up. That was about a week and a half ago. When I get more details on what that process looks like, I'll be happy to bring it forward to this group.
Megan?
Yeah. First of all, I'm sorry. I was a couple of minutes late. I was caught up speaking with Alana Blanchard and actually asking her a question for a constituent with regard to the timing for the construction of the Williston streetscape. And she's hoping that it will be happening in 24-25. Her hope is that the Garden Street Phase 1 will be done in 2023. It's currently started. 2024, there's going to be the Williston streetscape. And then 24-25, it's going to be Garden Street Phase 2. So just wanted to put that out there, and I'll respond to constituents who were curious about that as well. Just some feedback that Williston Road is treacherous for drivers. And some also feedback with regard to it's treacherous for cyclists. There is a family in our community, and the son who was in high school was struck by a car on Dorset Street last October. Currently in re-education and therapy. And her concern is that we do not have enough lights. This occurred at a time of day when the lights were an issue, the lighting. This was on Dorset Street.
Does she mean not stop lights, but the overhead lights?
The overhead lights.
To light the streets, okay.
Exactly. And I believe that he was on the west side of Dorset. And it's true that the biking infrastructure there just is not very, I don't think that it could be considered biking infrastructure. There's more on the east side. So I just wanted to pass that along. She said that she had already made an inquiry but hadn't heard back. So just a little nod to Jesse, I think, that if you could let me know if there's any feedback that I could give to her about what kind of infrastructure, including lighting on Dorset, that would be helpful. And of course, people are concerned also about Swift Street, but I know that there's going to be some continued attention to Swift Street and Spear Street as well. Yeah, and that's about it.
Okay, thank you. Matt?
Yes, thank you. Just 4 quick things. One is wonderful presentation just now. Learned about Vermont Randolph artist Phil Goddenschwager. Did I get that right, John? In our beautiful clock. Yet another reason for anyone that hasn't, that's watching this at home, to visit City Hall and an artist to see that wonderful clock. Was also at the On Logic ribbon cutting, digging ceremony where we're going to build a computer factory for the future here in South Burlington, and a Memorial Day event with Megan at Veterans Park, which was a very nice event.
Yeah.
And then the last thing, just a shout out, kudos to DPW, who answered a constituent's concern about feral park latch, dog park latch not closing. And it happened, so good for them. Thank you.
Tim?
Sure, thanks. So I was really, it was unfortunate that I could not attend the Memorial Day ceremony at Veterans Park. I had to drive to Boston to fetch my son and his girlfriend for the weekend because their car was involved in an accident and was undrivable, unfortunately. That would have been the first time that they could drive up without us having to do 2 round trips. But anyway, I met with Nick Longo at the airport 2 weeks ago and had a really nice long talk on a Friday afternoon. And it's funny, that picture that was in the other paper was exactly where I was sitting with the big table with the glass and the diagram. And there were, we did a lot of marking and looking at stuff. And I was brought up to date on a lot of issues and learned things I didn't know before. I was really grateful for that long interview with him. And then he gave me a tour of the new terminal, a $22 million construction project that's progressing nicely. So it's looking good. Yeah, had a good conversation, really impressed.
Good, thanks.
Helen, could I?
Yes.
I should have said this earlier perhaps, but since I missed the additions, deletions, et cetera, I would like to add under other business, if this is an appropriate time. I know I missed that. I would like us to discuss the ash trees, because I think that there have been some developments that we should consider as a council with
Okay.
regard to the policy. I don't know if that's...
Okay, and we could discuss whether we put it on our next agenda and have some, because as I understand it, the Natural Resources Committee is getting some information on that. So it's always helpful to listen to our committees of jurisdiction on different things and interests to
Exactly.
hear what they have to do the research we can't always do.
And will there be trees coming down between tonight and that Natural Resources Committee report?
I don't know. I didn't know there was an NRCC report coming.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay, well,
So
maybe,
if we could just discuss it under other business, I would
Sure.
appreciate it. Thanks.
okay. I did go to the Air Guard. I stayed the whole time, and it ran another hour. It was long, but it was interesting, and it was good to meet everyone. And you always learn a little bit more. A little tidbit for people: the helmets they wear, which takes. They don't really have a dashboard like they used to. It's all on this screen in front of their head. And the helmets are $400,000. And it takes them 3 or 4 hours to get fitted, because they have to be exactly fitted, because any movement changes what they're looking at on the screen. And so it was just kind of interesting, and it was kind of cute in a way, because the 2 pilots, they took off and then they were gone for an hour and a half, and they came back, and as we were leaving, they were coming in, and they just had such big grins on their face. I mean, they just love this flying, and it was just kind of interesting to see adults that kind of joyous about their work. However you feel about that work, but not everyone comes from work and has this big grin and loving to talk about it. So that was kind of interesting. I also had an airport commission meeting and a climate task force. In fact, we had just 2. We had 2 climate task force and a city school leadership meeting that I will report on at the end of the meeting when it's on the schedule. But so that has kept me busy. All right, city manager, who's also been busy.
Thank you. I do have a number of updates tonight. I think the council may be aware of some of these, but also want the community to be aware. So on Friday afternoon, Mayor Weinberger and I jointly announced that Fire Chief Stephen Locke, who currently serves as the fire chief in Burlington, will be joining our team in South Burlington on July 11th. He has almost 29 years of fire and EMS experience, really entrenched in that service delivery system, but also has served as an interim town manager and interim chief administrative officer, and really brings that acumen and building budgets and using data to make decisions, and staffing as well. So super excited to welcome him to the team. I do want to acknowledge that Chief Francis has been incredibly thoughtful as we plan for his next stage of his career. As folks may know, he's been in the fire service for 48 years, coming up on 50 years of service. He will maintain operational control through August 14th. On August 15th, Chief Locke will take over, much like Kevin and I did for our transition period. And Chief Francis will assume the role of fire marshal, overseeing building inspection, construction inspection, and fire prevention. And it's really in thanks to Chief Francis's leadership that we're able to do such a smooth transition into the years to come. Want to give the council a quick update on the superintendent search. So as you know, I'm on that hiring committee. They've been working extraordinarily hard under the leadership of Dr. Boyer on the school board. The committee will be interviewing candidates tomorrow night and Wednesday night. We have 4 candidates we are interested in. I don't know if 3 interviews scheduled and the 4th, I think, to be scheduled. There is going to be a community forum on June 13th from 6 to 8 to interview the 2 finalists who come out of that process. And just a reminder, this is just for the interim superintendent position for the next year, as the community does the full community-involved search. I want to give you a couple of updates on infrastructure projects. We are cruising along with some big projects. Our team's been working with Suncommon on the solar panels on the roof of this building that blew off during the storm. They have re-engineered the holding system, how they're attached to the roof, and we'll be here towards the end of the month to take off all of the solar panels, shore up the holding system, and reattach them. That will require scaffolding to be put up around the front of the building. The building will remain open the entire time, but it will look pretty aggressive from the front. So we will do some more notification on that. Obviously, it's all under warranty. Work on the Muddy Brook Culvert project at Kimball and Marshall. The replacement of the culvert is fully substantially complete. It's open. The rec path is open. It's a huge project coming to an end. I mentioned this to some of you at the art event earlier at the library. The Wheeler Dog Park fence has been ordered with a expected date around the end of June, and folks will install it at that point. So hopefully by early July that will be completed. The Szymanski Park tennis and basketball court renovations will begin at the end of June 29th, and go through the summer. Excuse me, my internet just went down. I don't want to lose the thing. And then Dorset, this is about the Dorset Street Signal Project, not lighting, so I just want to be really clear on that. We have been awaiting a permit from V-Trans to allow that project to move forward to install the mast arms this year or next, depending on materials. So we've received verbal confirmation that we've received that permit, and expect to bid out the project in late June, early July. That is later than I had previously told you because of this V-Trans permit requirement. A couple of updates on outreach to the community. You all previously worked with Consensus, the polling app. They are back under the name of Penelope, and we are working with them to, again, maintain a pilot status of that product in the community. So you'll be seeing some advertisement about that. You'll hear more about this from Alana later on, but we are, later on your agenda, you'll consider the contract for the bike pedestrian bridge over Interstate 89, assuming you all approve that contract. On Thursday, June 16th, will be the first workshop associated with the planning for that project, from 5:30 to 8:30 here at City Hall and virtually as well. So much, we'll be pushing that out widely through the networks, but wanted to get it onto your calendars as well. You've likely seen that the grand list has been lodged for the year, and change of appraisals or allocations have gone out. The grievance period was from June 2nd through June 16th, and we will hear any grievances after that date. I'll give you a quick heads up that the library hours with the FY23 budget, you may remember we increased some staffing hours in the library to result in increased hours of operation. We are working to bring on those staff now and anticipate that once those staff are on board, we will be able to extend those hours this summer. So that's more hours on Saturday and some later evening hours as well.
Great.
Similarly, with budget success, the police department has acquired the first kind of tranche of body-worn cameras and has trained the first set of officers to pilot those, get them used to them, figure out the procedures, and then we'll fully roll out to the rest of the team later in the fiscal year. As you know, the affordable housing RFP is on the street. Thank you for approving that scope of work. The respondents for that are due at the end of July, with committee then to review and bring you back proposals in September. That was a lot. I will leave it there. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, so moving on to the consent agenda, we have 3 items: disbursements, a stormwater system improvement agreement with the Burlington Country Club, and accepting and approving for recording in the South Burlington Land Records the warranty deed of easement from South Burlington City Center LLC for a multi-use path.
I move to approve the consent agenda.
Is there a second?
Second?
Is there any discussion?
Yes.
You have a question?
Just one small thing about item B, which is the stormwater system improvement agreement. There was no diagram, and I really like to have diagrams, maps of what is involved. I was trying to imagine exactly 1,700 feet south of the Dale Miller Research Facility on Spear Street. I mean, I think it's like where the road kind of flattens out, you know, where Mr. Von Turkovich is going to do his project, I hope someday, but I wasn't sure. So I was trying to understand where that runoff water is coming from, because it's a hill, right, and then it goes down and flattens, and then there's like the cornfield is depressed lower than Spear Street, so I just wasn't sure, so that's all I had to say.
So David Wheeler, I believe, is on the call.
Oh, yeah.
I see his name. David, if you are there and can answer Tim's question, that would be great.
Yes. Can you all hear me? I know my microphone on my laptop is not very good.
Yes.
We can.
So the project location, it's along Spear Street, and it is south of the Miller Research Farm. There is there's a little access road to the other UVM facility, I forget the name of it, like the bio research
The Maple
complex.
The Maple?
Yeah, I believe that's the one.
Uh-huh.
So it's right at that location. Currently, it's just kind of a wooded corner that's part of the country club. So it's more or less on country club property. So golfers will be able to see it, and then folks running along the bike path, they will also be able to see the gravel wetlands. And we're going to have some informational signage on the bike path side.
So will we have to cut down some trees for that?
Yep, there'll be tree removal and then like a hedge of trees to replace the trees we cut down.
Okay,
Thanks.
all right.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, David. Any other questions? Are we ready? Okay, we have a motion to approve and second. So if you're ready for the vote, all in favor of the consent agenda as presented, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That's unanimous and approved. We're
4 minutes ahead.
4 minutes ahead of time. We can't start 4 minutes ahead of time, can we?
You can start after the time that
Time, but not
but
before.
not before.
Okay.
I could make a general comment about the Kimball Avenue Bridge if you'd like.
Okay.
So I had the opportunity to ride my bicycle across the pedestrian bike lane, and it's very nice.
So you're pedaling back to work?
Yes, I am. Yes, like, because after August of last year, I couldn't do that anymore.
Right.
Especially with all the construction on Industrial Ave, which, by the way, Industrial Ave will be closed from 7 PM to 6 AM, Sunday through Thursday, starting June 13th for a couple weeks, I think, or less, just so you know. Don't use Industrial Ave at night. So I couldn't ride through that because it was a complete disaster area, right? You know, it's very tight for bikes and there's Jersey barriers and so. But now I can resume, so.
Oh,
yeah,
good.
thank you. Thank you, Williston, too.
Yeah.
Right, that was
Yeah.
a wonderful example of joint work.
Yeah.
Cooperation and collaboration. And federal dollars, right? Or state, maybe a state dollar.
Can I ask Tim, oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
The bike study that's happening down off of, well, near Queen City Park. Have you been meeting?
That study is, they had their final meeting and they're gonna go forward with the plan that they have. I guess they're gonna, I don't know what step actually is next, but they've done all their work and it looks good. There are 3 proposals. One of them stands out as being the best one. So I think they did a really good job and it'll
And
work
who
out.
does that go, who makes the final decision?
I don't remember, I'm sorry, yeah.
Are you going to be reporting more on that under the committee reports? Or can I,
Say that again, I
are you
can't.
going to talk more about this under the committee reports?
I can, I mean, it's the same, they've had several meetings featuring the same exact, plans each time. It's either take the sidewalks out, or put bike lanes on the side, or put a double bike lane on one side. But the bridge element is not part of the project, and that's a really key part, because the
That was my
pedestrian
question.
walkway is basically, it's a metal grid.
Yeah.
So your pets, your dogs can't walk comfortably across that. People complain about that, and it's very narrow. So in this round, that is just not, they can't do anything about that bridge at this
Yeah.
point.
With the new Amtrak line, Burlington to New York City, I mean, that goes right over the tracks, right? Would there be any, I'm
So
sure you
the-
don't know that.
The only factor
answer.
that would positively impact a schedule for that bridge is the fact that they can't transport a, you know how Middlebury had the huge project in order to allow double-stacked shipping containers on flatbed railroad cars,
Right,
right? So
yeah.
that bridge is not tall enough for
Right,
that.
right.
So but I don't know how many double stacks would come through on that line, I don't know. Mostly it's not that kind of stuff, so. But it was important for Middlebury, so that will probably be a factor at some point where they'll decide to raise that bridge. And then we'll have the opportunity to have a real pedestrian pathway across that gorge.
Thank you. That was I was curious about that. Thank you.
Okay,
4 minutes?
1 minute to go. So maybe, Paul, you can slowly walk to the table, get settled, turn on the speaker. How's the baby?
Baby is doing great. He's just crossed a year, and
a
he's
toddler.
begun to express his own opinions of lots of things.
Wow.
So,
Oh,
Wow.
welcome
just
to the
just
real
the
world.
beginning.
Yeah, that's just the beginning. Ah,
The baby was in the marathon, too.
He was very close to the marathon.
Did you run, Paul?
No, my wife ran, but part of it. She ran a relay.
oh, cool.
I ate croissant watching it. It was also a great way to participate in the
That's
marathon, as
right,
far as I'm
that's
concerned.
support, that is real support.
You were a croissant guard, is that what you were?
Croissant guard.
Oh, that's good.
Uh-huh.
Did you run, Tim?
I tried to, but they weren't accepting last-minute substitutions for the relays because of their COVID protocol.
Okay.
Okay. All right, well, we have met the bewitching hour of 7 o'clock. So we need a motion to enter
I
a public hearing for the official map amendment number OM 22-01.
I move to open the public hearing for official map amendment OM 22-01.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
So the public hearing is open. Do you want to just quickly, for the public, go over what this, I mean, it's pretty simple.
Absolutely. So the proposal here, as approved by the Planning Commission, is to do some minor amendments to the city's official map. The city's official map is a regulatory document that, when the private sector comes in for a subdivision or development, needs to accommodate the facility that is proposed, or that is shown on the official map. And if you could just give me 1 second here, I'm going to share my screen. There we go. So it needs to be accommodated, and so therefore it's important which properties are included, because it is a regulatory document. So in this case, what is proposed to be done is the bike ped bridge that you were looking at later this evening for design services is planned at that bottom crossing of I-89 there. And this would essentially serve as a placeholder for the time being of making sure that we've at least have a basic structure of where it would connect east and west. So over to Dorset Street, up to Williston Road, over to Quarry Hill Road, and up to, again, Williston Road on the west side of the interstate. You'll see that there are some lines in red already shown. This would, as I said, it's important to show which properties this is on, so this would move it onto the private side. In some cases, we already have easements to do this. In the rest of the cases, we have communicated with the affected property owners. And the one that is shown sort of going through the Staples Plaza is already a planned roadway, so it's not really changing anything there except to provide a signal to ourselves that if and when a roadway goes in, we want to make sure that it has accommodations for bicycles in that roadway. So that's what this is. It is, as I described, a little bit of a placeholder because we are planning this coming fiscal year to engage in a more robust design plan to look at exactly where it should be placed on each side. We have already communicated with the U-Mall new ownership. They're very excited to be a part of that. That may mean that it gets located in a different location over time, but this is really just making sure that it's on the map legally for now. We did not receive any comments written leading up to this hearing. We received one at the Planning Commission level that the Planning Commission made an adjustment of a labeling issue. So that's what we've got.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone in the public who wishes to comment on this map change? Anyone? No one in the public sitting in the auditorium. Is there anyone else? Is caller number one, that's just when they're a caller, the thing is green always?
Yes.
Okay, so if there's,
They're unmuted, but.
okay, well, if there's no comments, anyone on the council? No?
Just to clarify, just for people watching back home, we need, as you've explained well, Paul, we need to put it on the map because if anyone wants to build something, we need to make sure that we are accommodating it. But it doesn't necessarily mean exactly where it's going to go. I think that's important to, I know you said that, but I'm just highlighting.
Yep, correct. So that may not be the exact location, but it is the affected properties. In this case, they're all very well aware of it. In some cases, it might be a roadway, and a roadway may not go in the precise location, but it would be through that property. And the developer in that case, as they're thinking about how to develop their property, would make sure that they're accommodating this. This is a win-win of a project that everybody's excited about. And so accommodating a feature to connect you to the other side of the interstate is something that the property owners are excited about. So
Excellent, thank you, Paul.
Okay, great.
Quick question?
Yes,
On the map where it has planned road versus planned path.
Yep.
The green dashed lines are planned road. Why are you calling those roads?
So the black line here is an existing planned roadway, and the green next to it is a planned path to accompany that. So similar to, let's say, the new Garden Street design where there's a street and a path next to it.
Oh, okay.
The black line is already on our official map that
Okay.
if ever the Staples Plaza is redeveloped, that would be an opportunity. We have seen fairly recently this little stub was built as part of the first phase of the Quarry Hill building. So this is signaling a planned roadway already adopted now a planned path to accompany it.
My apologies, that's a black dash, not a green dash, so now I see correctly, thank you.
It's an interesting exercise in color management, especially when it looks slightly different between the screen and my monitor here, so.
Right, okay. There's no further comment. I would oh, did you have a question? Oh,
I will just add that I think that UVM's very excited about this. Talked about it at a faculty senate meeting, and they were very excited to, and also to know that likely there will be housing going in at the UMall site. So this is real potential for, I think, important student access to campus, and from campus to potentially not only a shopping area, but also housing, so.
Well, thank you, and this is
Yeah.
bringing together slowly many pieces. So you'll see in your quarterly policy updates in a week or two that we have worked with the bike share folks where they're going to be adding 4 new stations into South Burlington. One of them will be in this Quarry Hill area. So it's bringing all the pieces together of people being able to use an electric bike share in the same place that we're adding the facilities and the housing, et cetera. So.
Yeah, since we're talking about collaboration tonight, this is a really nice piece that's really working with 2 communities and several entities, I think. Just, it's a really, it's a huge win for the region, so
Yeah.
yeah.
Absolutely,
Wonderful.
thank you.
I think it's a
Yeah.
huge win for the new owners of the U Mall.
Also.
I mean, I think that's probably in part maybe why that it finally sold, and they're really talking about some interesting changes there. So that's all good. All right, so I would entertain a motion to come, oh, one more question.
Question, I just thought of something else looking at the exit 14. So just to understand that, keeping in mind the CCRPC's Vision 89 study that they were doing recently and the possible reconfiguration of exit 14, is the federal interstate highway right-of-way, is that a hard and fast easement that can't be moved by the feds? I just want to understand, because the cloverleaf is a non-standard cloverleaf, as they said before, it has different radii as you come off the interstate or enter. And if they wanted to reconfigure that, I mean, could we be encumbering them in some way, or do they have room to play within their own boundaries?
So what we're looking at on the official map here is outside of their boundaries. So that likely would not be a problem. The designs that I have seen for at least the northbound east exit would be to narrow up, not to expand. And if that were to happen at some point in the future, the relocation of a recreation path to follow that is a minor expense compared with that. So I think it would be consistent, and that can certainly be a question as we enter this next phase of the project, which is to look at some more specific designs here of making sure that we're not counter-purpose to anything about the future Envision I-89 project.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Good question. Okay. So I would entertain a motion to,
The public hearing?
yes,
Also moved.
Second?
all in favor?
Aye.
And then an adoption recommendation motion?
I move that we adopt the proposed amendment to the official map number OM-22-01
As presented.
as presented.
Okay, is there a second?
Second?
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So it passes. Thank you, Paul.
Thanks, everyone.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah.
So I guess we did 8 as well as 7. So now we are a tiny bit ahead, but only 5 minutes, so with, we have lots of
people out here.
lots of people. This is always a group who has lots of questions. We don't seem to be able to,
I have one more announcement.
pardon me, you have
I have
one more announcement?
So I said I went to Boston to get my son and his daughter, and his girlfriend to bring back, right? It was her first marathon. She ran competitively at BU and in high school. She was the number 5 female that crossed the line.
In
Never having-
Boston?
No, here.
Oh, here.
And never having run a marathon before.
Wow.
She missed the $500 prize by 1 second,
Oh, wow.
simply because of the difference between mat time and gun time and their rules, unfortunately. But
Oh.
just want a shout out to Abby
Oh,
Googly
that
for
would
doing a
probably would've
fantastic job at the marathon.
Help
Thanks.
pay for the accident. Too bad.
No more announcements for me, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'll make just a quick announcement.
Well, that's
since
great.
I followed.
Congratulations. Yeah.
Alana also said that this bike bed bridge would be in 2025. So that's right around the corner too. That's really exciting. Yeah. So
I-
almost to the finish line.
I do want to share just with Garden Street, Williston Road, and the bike ped bridge, we still need bond votes. So
Okay.
they will only happen if we approve the bond vote next town meeting day.
Very, very true. Very, very
Okay.
true.
Well, hopefully we'll generate lots of support in the public with these,
Isn't the Williston
The
Road,
toll. We can raise
I
the
don't
money
think the
for it.
Williston Road streetscape is a bond vote, is it? It is a TIF bond vote?
It'll likely be one,
Ah.
it will likely be one final TIF bond vote together.
Ah.
But that will be up to the council to decide as we get closer to town meeting
finish
day.
it all up. Yes,
And our
Tom.
window for bond votes is closing, so we need this coming March.
For town meeting day,
Okay.
2023, yeah.
They have to pass that time or else the door is shut.
So that's the next regular scheduled, or that is the last regular scheduled election on which we can approve the TIF bonds.
We could have a
We could
special
always
election,
have a
however.
special election before,
In August or November.
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Tom, since you won't be running for city council, you could campaign for this bond vote.
I'll be knocking on doors for it.
It'll be, give you something to do. Okay, let's move on to interviews and applicants, and I just would note, I guess there's an order somewhere, right? But I did want to identify for the council and get your counsel. We have a couple committees where we could, all the people who have applied will hear tonight, and that's the common area for dogs. So we could make a decision tonight, which I would encourage us while it's fresh in our minds, because we will have heard from everyone.
Energy and public art.
Well, energy, I thought Emily Holt Goslin
Oh,
can't
you're
make
right.
it tonight, so
You're
we
right,
can't do the
sorry.
energy. We're one short there. And then, what's the other one?
Public art.
Public art. So those are two, just FYI. We'll hear everyone in the order, but we can make those decisions tonight. And that will give us a leg up. And we still need some more applications. We're short a charter member, economic development member, pension, and 2 for recreation and parks. So as we go through this, you know, some of the committees have many more applicants than there are openings. So we might be able to convince someone to think about a different committee. But those are the openings. Okay. So where is the order?
So you can do it in whatever order you would
Oh,
like.
okay.
You could just go down from the top. You could focus on common area for dogs and public art first.
Well, why don't we go down from the top and start with John Simpson, who is an incumbent, and he's interested in the Affordable Housing Committee to continue. Is he on the line?
He is online.
Okay.
We see you're
And
unmuted.
am I muted?
Nope, we can hear you now. Hello,
Okay,
John.
there we are.
We all know
Hi.
you quite well. We can make this
Yeah.
probably fairly brief, so, and as you describe yourself, you're seasoned.
Yes,
Tell us
obviously.
why we need your seasoning.
Well, I had thought of applying personal term limits and not reapplying. It's been 10 years. I've been on the regular committee and then all of the predecessors since 2012. So It's been a while, but it's been quite rewarding and fun, and I think I have made a good contribution. But my colleagues on the committee, several of them suggested that I shouldn't resign, I should continue, and then with the ARPA funds and your very generous designation of $1 million to affordable housing and things like the mall, and there's just a lot happening, and I think affordable housing has come to the fore in the whole region and in the whole nation, really. And I think everybody in the city understands the need, and we've made some good decisions about where. And now it's time to do what we can to, where we have to change zoning, to do that, where we have to do some more things to incentivize private developers, we should. But I think the challenges are there, and I'm up for it. I'm excited and have the energy and prepared to serve.
Okay. Any questions that you clearly know the time commitment? All right. Well,
I would just, since he's seasoned, can I, maybe, John, what would you see as, the needs of the committee, since you and Sandy are incumbents that we're going to be talking to tonight? I'd just like to hear your views.
Well, I think we do need some, new blood, different voices. We have had different voices. Manel is moving on to a brighter career in the world, and I hope you will replace her with somebody with a perspective that we don't ordinarily have. And I think what I bring is the experience, and also not only in this job, but in regional planning and state planning and housing planning and all kinds of stuff for 50 years. And so I think I can continue to make a good contribution, but I do think that, some turnover and some new voices are good, as long as everybody is, understands the limits and is prepared to work together. And so far, we've been very successful in that regard as a committee.
Thank you.
just to follow up, are there any particular skill sets that you think are lacking on the Affordable Housing Committee or would be helpful? I mean, because you're right, the challenges ahead and the decisions are many, and some of them are new.
Yeah, I think, we have Patrick O'Brien as a developer. That's great. Somebody perhaps from banking and finance, but I think really it's just the knowledge of, some of the ways to incentivize, because, the government isn't going to build housing. That's really off the table. What government does is create some tools and create an environment. And I think our role as a city is to apply the tools as much as we have the ability, but also to work on creating the environment. So somebody with experience with planning, not necessarily to encroach on the planning commission, but somebody who would be able to communicate well with them and understand how they work. And because pretty much anything we do other than what you approve directly has to go through the planning commission. And so, and I'm understanding how things work and not getting frustrated when, things don't happen right away is a talent or a skill that somebody needs to have to work in this kind of environment. Things don't happen overnight. On the other hand, working in an orderly and constructive way eventually gets a good product.
Okay. Thank you. And thank you for your many years of service.
You're welcome.
Next up is Tom Getz.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, excuse me. I'm working off the wrong sheet. I highlighted them on my sheet. Nora Senecal. Oh, yeah, you can come there or you can stand behind the podium. Just make sure that the light on the speaker is bright green, because that means it's on. So, welcome, and let's see. Well, what particular skills and interests would you bring to the committee?
You know, I've been thinking about that. I think in contrast to being part of the banking industry. Oh, that was, sorry. I think in contrast to being involved in banking or development, I have lived in this city for 16 years. I've owned a home, sometimes barely, in this city, and provide affordable housing. And so I have a sense of who's looking for housing, what that's like for them, the factors that they might consider. I also work in psychiatry. I have a degree in social work, so I have a sense of, when we talk about affordable housing, who needs it? And what does economic diversity look like? If we're putting a house or an apartment that's designated for a disabled person, who might live in it? So I think that's why I feel like I have a perspective that could be useful.
Okay, and particular skills, the social work or?
You know, other than sort of being able to, I mean, I don't know how much social work would translate, but I can obviously read a map, and I'm not obviously read a map and read regulations, and I've lived here long enough and walked around and seen what's gone, you know, been here and left, and things changing over. I mean, right, I don't have the skill set of a planner, but
Oh, I was just
yeah.
thinking more of, in terms of, you know, it's a fairly large committee, and you have to work as a group,
Oh, yes.
kind of dynamics. I mean,
feel-
those are as much
No,
important
yeah,
to the success of a committee as having the knowledge, I think.
Yes, you're right. I think I can communicate pretty well. In my day job, I work in adult psychiatry. I lead groups. I communicate for a living, you know, in terms of building rapport and communicating things to people and getting along. And I know that this is not a committee without some controversy sometimes.
Well, the issues are tough.
Yeah, and I've, you know, generally reading the minutes and reading some of the other decisions and what's gone into them and the players. There's a lot that goes into it.
Okay. Other questions that people have? You're aware of the time commitment and?
Well, I wanted to hear I know that there's a monthly meeting. How much of a time commitment is in between the meetings? And I assume there's subcommittees. I've seen the reports back on, you know, on the minutes, things being reported back. And so can somebody speak a little bit more about that, I guess?
Well, I know the meetings last 2 hours.
Yes,
That I
welcome.
know,
Mhm.
right? I believe that it's,
I don't know exactly. I mean, they seem to work a lot. They have, as you said, subcommittees, so I don't know what the time commitment is. Other than is it monthly meetings or? Yeah.
It's monthly.
What I-
Yeah.
I staff the committee, I can.
Oh,
Sorry.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry, right.
Great, thank you.
So yes, 2 hours, a 2-hour meeting once a month, and then at times they have subcommittees. So if you are on a subcommittee, I would say another 2 hours of a meeting a month, and maybe an hour to prepare, and then probably an hour to prepare for the meeting. So
Right.
5 to 6 hours a month
Yeah, that's on
at the max.
Right. I wasn't sure if you're going to say 5 to 6 hours a week or something like that. Yeah. No, it seems from and the meetings are now in the evening as
Yes.
opposed to daytime, which I wouldn't have been able to do. So,
yeah.
um,
I think that a lot of, you know, the answer comes from you. I think that's kind of the basic, right? The basic plan. If you have an interest or you have perhaps access to information or to an expert, you might, volunteer yourself to the committee and take on additional work. It depends really also to go above that basic commitment on you. And that's true of any of our volunteers, including us here at this table. So I just wanted to share that with you too. So we do have members of the committee who have done reports outside of the committee's, kind of purview, but within their purview, but certainly not within their charge, right? And so I just wanted to, that's not a requirement, but I think that's true. This isn't a job, right?
Yeah.
It's what you make of it.
Right.
That's-
Right. Well, and I think too, I was thinking about like other things that come up and just that part about any decision about what happens like to the $1 million funding, right? There's a lot of stakeholders in that. And that's going to be needed to be communicated in a variety of ways to the community. And input is going to be needed from the community. And if we're going to be talking about equity and inclusion at all, how are we going to facilitate that?
Okay. I did note that your second choice is the Common Area for Dog Committee.
Yes.
Tell us, I mean, there's a lot of competition for affordable housing, it appears. There's 3 slots, 2 incumbents, and we don't always have incumbents continue forever, but we tend to.
Well-
So to have a second choice might be good, although that has a lot of, but tell us your interest in the Common Area for Dogs Committee.
My interest in the common area for dogs is comes from being a dog owner. In 2018, we got our first dog, which was a great experience. He's now with my daughter at college. And so we learned a lot about dog parks. We learned a lot about training a dog. And but I raised my children in this area, and all through their childhood, taking them on, walks and woods and different places, there was always dogs running up to us, right? Unwanted, And then once I had a dog, I learned really firsthand how to, teach a dog to be on a leash, teach a dog what to do. And we got to use, obviously, the dog park here, which was fantastic. And, so the dog park is as much for the dogs as the owners, right? We meet people, we, socialize, the dogs socialize, it's really important. But I do see a role for the common area for dogs in terms of education and some enforcement of the rules in this city. If you look at front porch forums, I would say at least twice a month in my neighborhood, we've got dogs now in the Szymanski Park running loose quite a bit. We've got letters being written to the front porch forum about please leash your dogs. I have a new rescue. And so there's quite a bit of ongoing issues of safety with people not leashing their dogs. And just also, I think what's also been important too is if we have have people's dogs running around any of the habitat that degrades the habitat, it has an impact on small animals, especially at Red Rocks, all these dogs running into the woods, obviously they're defecating there and that ends up in the lake. So I do feel like my interest is part wanting to support having more dog parks. And I know reading the minutes, I know that they're looking at, as they develop neighborhoods, including dog parks. So there's like a neighborhood dog park. But I also do have an interest in how we can educate the community on taking responsibility for teaching your dog how to be on a leash and taking responsibility for keeping that animal, which is a wonderful thing to have a dog, but it's it's requires some effort and responsibility because there's small children, there's disabled people, there's people who do not want to interact with dogs, and it's not fair to them. We have humans that want to use the park, and it impacts them on an emotional level and a psychological level.
Okay. Good. Any other questions that anyone has? Yes, Tom?
Just a quick one. So there's only 2 slots on the application form, but we do have openings on rec and parks. And from what you were just describing, I think your perspective might be also useful there. Would that be something you'd be open to as well if these slots weren't available for your appointment?
Will I get to talk about leashing dogs at parks?
Yes.
Okay. Because if you shut that down, I don't think I would want to do it.
You'd have to talk about some other things.
I
too.
will,
Okay.
but I'm really clear about what my concern is. I had knee surgery this past fall, and I decided not, when I could finally walk without crutches, I decided not to go walking in Red Rocks because I thought, if I go walking in Red Rocks, who knows what's going to come running up to me. And I wasn't stable on my feet.
Okay. Good question, Councilor Chittenden. Yeah, okay.
Thank you, Nora.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much, Nora.
Thanks.
Okay, let's see, next, so that completes, because Emily Holt Goslin couldn't make it tonight, so we'll move down to bike and pet. Is there someone else, I'm sorry, who may have put affordable housing as the second choice? Can't remember. Was there anyone?
Emily Holt Goslin, that's
Yes, but she can't make it tonight.
couldn't make it tonight?
Yeah, she had a family emergency, so, okay.
But what we understand is this is your first choice, Nora, the affordable housing? They're equal?
Okay.
I know one of them has a great time commitment, but I know like the second, I mean, it's really, both of them affect all humans, like, everybody, in all of their lives, so. But obviously, I would like to bring up affordable housing.
Okay, well, thank you very much for applying, and we appreciate the public volunteering, because it can be a lot of work.
Yep.
But it does make the community, so I appreciate it. Okay, Bicycle and Pedestrian Committee, we have Donna Lieben, she's on the line, I think.
I'm here.
Okay, hi Donna. All right, so why don't you tell us about your history with Bike and Ped and why you would like to continue?
So I think the last time I interviewed, I said I had been on the committee for 12 years. So I think that was 3 years ago. And so that means I am really a longstanding member of the Bike and Pedestrian Committee. Right currently I'm serving as the representative to the Climate Task Force, which I assume means that to remain on that, I need to stay on the Bike and Ped Committee. That might be a question, but I'm very, very interested in the Climate Task Force, and because bike and ped issues and transportation issues in general are such a very large proportion of the work of the Climate Task Force, I see the Bike and Ped Committee as being really fulfilling a lot of the climate issues that South Burlington is able to deal with right now. And we keep moving along every year. A little bit more infrastructure would be great if that could happen faster. And I think the I-89 bridge is going to be amazing. It's going to just jump. It's going to jump South Burlington so far ahead in terms of accommodating crossing the interstate on, bicycle and pedestrian access, to and from the university to everything in downtown South Burlington. So I've been on the committee for a long time. There's a huge change in how the committee is operating now. And I think it's really good that we're getting very really outstanding leadership from staff, from city staff. Great interaction, really people understanding the budgets. Um, just, Bob has been amazing, just being willing. You sort of have to have an accountant to be willing to dive into all of those issues as he is. I've been doing some surveying of fog line improvements, and just happened to bump into Chapin Spencer in Burlington a few days ago. I think he was on a lunch break. I was using my relatively new e-bike, to run errands in Burlington. So it was kind of fun to pop into, to bump into him. And so the first question came to mind. It's like, how much does Burlington spend on striping for bike and pedestrian? Do you really want to know?
Sure.
He said they spend $140,000 a year.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
We spend what, 25,000? Is that right?
30. I think it's 35.
35?
I think it's 30.
Something like that.
35.
It's in that.
Yeah. Now, granted, they have a lot more on-road bike lanes because they've got some streets like Pine Street that, are very wide and can accommodate bike lanes. We tend to not have as wide streets, so, we wouldn't need that much money no matter what. But what we do need is some wider streets, and that's just not something that we can do as a bike path committee. That has to be, that's long-term road development and road construction and planning and things like that. But that's kind of where South Burlington stands right now. We're a suburban community, and we've got a suburban set of roads. And thank goodness they've had the foresight to start putting in off-road bike paths, which enable so many more people to, to get around both for commuting and transportation and recreation on bicycles. And as I tell people, I said it's probably the most widely used city facilities, but in addition to the roads. I mean, the roads obviously get a lot of use, but outside of the roads, I think our rec path facilities get a tremendous amount of use, and they're starting to show their age. and so we do need to make sure that they're in a condition that encourages people to use them, as opposed to, it's like knocks your teeth out when you go over tree roots and stuff like that. So we do have to keep it top of mind, keeping those, making them pleasant to use, as well as just safe and accommodating for everybody.
Okay, thank you. Other questions for Donna?
I just want to say that they're, I think, a committee that has done a lot of good. And of course, we're still doing the penny for paths, so we have more good to come. But I think that since Nora's still here in the audience, it's just, this is an example of someone who works with a group to really, not just, kind of ho-hum, let the status quo remain, but really push for improvements. And I just want to thank you, Donna, for being part of that, because I think it's an important and needed infrastructure piece that even in snowy Vermont, when this ice melts, and even before the ice melts, you have people out there eager to get on their bikes. And so we have to think about it and plan for it. And your committee has done both of those things, so I want to thank you.
She
Well,
also does
just
a
to-
great job on the climate task force. Adds a lot of value, both from the pedestrian and bicycle viewpoint and just her career. All right.
Oh, could I just say one thing, since Donna's a lighting specialist? There's concern about lighting for night, kind of dusk or when the night falls for the bikers. The cyclists is a better word, I guess. I just wanted to put that in your head, Donna, that, or ask you, does your committee consider lighting for cyclist safety?
It's definitely come up more recently, particularly on Kennedy Drive, because we now have rec paths that can easily accommodate commuters, well into the fall season when it gets dark. And I know now that I have an e-bike that has lights on it, it's not quite enough. It's like riding along Dorset Street where there's not continuous lighting, but there is lighting. I find it fairly comfortable riding on the separated path. But as soon as I turn down Swift Street, I'm kind of holding my breath a little bit, even though I have a headlight, but I'm just really worried, is somebody going to be able to see me if I'm riding on the road?
Yeah.
I have a light on the back, but it's kind of, it's a matter of both seeing and being seen. And so I think knowing where you're going is probably the most critical. And I would hope that some kind of reflective paint may be a solution, because actually trying to light the pathways with some kind of, stanchion-based lighting would be probably unrealistic in most cases. It can happen in some parks, but it's just not realistic to do that. On Kennedy Drive, however, it might be possible.
Cool.
Maybe
we have
solar light.
We have-
Solar poles, solar lighting, but it's expensive, but it would be a solution there.
but we have to increase our striping line if we're going to do the reflective paint. Is that, I would assume?
It would be more expensive, or you could do discs that would be perhaps, embedded and a little more permanent. Some kind of reflective thing, just so you know where the edge of the path is.
All right.
The lights are great, but it's not by itself enough.
Thanks.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for your long service, your thoughts, and for your interest in continuing. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Donna.
Thanks.
Joel King, or Klug, excuse me. Why did I say King? Oh, welcome. When you address us, you can take your mask off. It would make it clearer.
Hello, everybody.
Hi. Is the light on the?
Yep, it's
Okay,
on.
great. So, Joel, tell us, what skills and interests would you bring to the Bike and Ped Committee?
Yeah, I'm interested in joining the Bike and Ped Committee. I have a bachelor's degree in urban planning and was a planner for a few years. I retired from planning because of vision loss. I have a low vision, and it gets worse over time. And planning is very visual. You have to look at a lot of maps and everything. But I definitely still want to participate in, the city planning if I can. And I don't drive a car. I rely on walking and biking. So it is very personal to me, and I want to make sure that South Burlington continues their, development patterns to include the bike paths and crosswalks and things like that. Yeah, I also work as a voc rehab counselor with the blind community. So I think it's important to bring, someone with a connection to, people who are visually impaired, to include them in the city planning process and everything too.
Okay. Are you familiar with when the committee meets and the time commitment?
Not really, no.
Okay, well, I think they meet once a month. I can't remember what day.
Give me a minute and I will look it up.
But anyway, it's probably about a 2-hour meeting, I'm guessing. Most of them seem to be once a month, and then if there's
Second Wednesdays of the month at 5:30.
5:30 on the second Wednesday of the month.
Okay, yep, sounds great.
And then there's always prep and stuff to read, but yeah. Okay, Tom.
Just with a background in urban planning and your lived experience, I think you're perfect for this role. Might I ask what your current take on South Burlington streets are? Are there spots or areas that we could have been doing better, or are there areas that you've been happy with from your personal experience?
Yeah, to be honest, I really appreciate the wide side paths that include, for bicycles and pedestrians. That's something kind of unique that a lot of other communities don't have. I think it increases access. So that's definitely awesome. I have a daughter and take her to daycare. And I can't drive her, so it's important that we can either walk or stroll or bike to daycare. And in most spots, we can at least walk there, so that's great.
Which roads are you thinking about, Joel?
Oh, mostly Dorset Street, Kennedy Drive. All the way out to the industrial park. Those all have the bike paths, and I think that's all great. And with the new bike path over the bridge on Kimball Avenue, I think that's great to improve access out to Williston and that area too.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Okay. Well, I very much appreciate, or we all do, I'm speaking for the council, in your interest and your application, and thank you for being willing to commit time.
Yeah, thanks for
And it
having me.
sounds like, as Tom said, you have a new perspective, which, I hadn't really thought about before in terms of this committee, so those things are always helpful. Great.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Sean Soper? Is he here or online? Okay. All right. Says he was going to be here in person, but all right. So that completes Bike and Ped. Let's move down to the common area for dogs. So we have Lisa Yankowski, who's an incumbent. Welcome.
Good evening.
Show your face here. So tell us why you want to continue on the common area for dogs.
I'm not a dog owner. I have a lot of dog friends. The only reason I don't have a dog is because the hours that I work, it wouldn't be fair to a dog. But I do meet up with a lot of dogs as I keep an eye on Red Rocks Park. And I'm the Natural Resources Committee rep on the Common Area for Dogs Committee. But I used to also help them out with a few events that they would have for dogs. And so Betty was very happy to have me join the committee because I actually do show up. Like when we were going to have an event at Farrell Park for dogs on a Valentine's Day and had a big snowstorm the night before. We were supposed to have an event this past Halloween and that got rained out. So people say, what did you do on your birthday? I was running around barefoot pulling signs off the fence so Betty wouldn't have to get her feet all wet. So, yeah, I mean, I love dogs. I love animals. But I bring a different perspective to the committee too, and I make them think about a few other things that they might not think about, but they also make me think about other things as well, which is good. Well, like the shape of a dog park, which was a big discussion, not having corners where smaller dogs might get cornered by larger dogs. We were talking about the new entrance for the new park at
Wheeler?
At the Veterans Park at Dorset, and one of the comments that had been brought up was the size of the gate area. And then there was like a corner that had kind of evolved in there, and I said, we'll just enlarge the opening. So I think between the dog owners and not being a dog owner, just the different perspectives and the way we look at things, we make each other think about it.
That's good. So, the committee has a requirement, the common area for dogs, for a representative from natural resources and somewhere.
Recreation and parks.
And recreation and parks. So you, your term is also up in natural resources. So if if you continue on that committee, you will automatically continue on the, okay.
And I'll still be involved with dogs because
Right.
I have a key to the gate at Red Rocks, and I oversee the park for the city and help out, keeping an eye
Okay.
on things. Yeah. And I'm the city liaison.
Thinking about other people who are not on the committee. We need 2 openings, or there are 2 openings, but does that include her seat as liaison from the
Voting liaison, yeah.
from the Natural Resources Committee? That's what I don't understand from this.
She would need to be appointed to both.
She needs to be appointed to both. Oh, okay. Gotcha.
And we think the new owners at the University Mall, that might be a great opportunity for a new dog park on top of that roof.
A dog park with a view.
Well, for the people who are living there.
Right, well, for sure. I mean, okay. Any other questions for Lisa?
Well, that's a new idea I hadn't heard of.
No, I hadn't either.
You need high walls, right? High fences?
Yeah.
So they don't jump.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't jump, Fido. Yeah.
I don't
You
think
wouldn't
that's
see a lot of
really
s- you
much of an
wouldn't
issue at the parks with the dogs jumping over the fence. They might try to get underneath it.
Yeah,
Okay, thank you very much, Lisa.
yeah.
Thanks, Lisa.
Should we hear about natural resources while she's up here? And then
Sure.
you can go home if you want. So you're also interested in continuing on the Natural Resources Committee. So how long have you been on that?
Well, I was originally on the Red Rocks Advisory Committee because that's where I grew up, that's where I live. I kind of took over my dad's spot. And he actually had been on the Natural Resources Committee as well. And then they kind of pushed us into the natural resources, but I do have a biology degree. I work at Gardner Supply. I've been involved with a lot of environmental issues. I grew up in the city, so I get involved in a lot of things. I've seen a lot of changes. In case you didn't know, Jesse, I'm also the neighborhood witch in my neighborhood. I am a Scorpio. I'm not afraid to speak my mind, and I do quite freely. Just ask Mr. O'Brien. But we're working on a lot of interesting things right now with the Natural Resources Committee. We're having to redo the open space plan, and I do the minutes and stuff. That is a little bit more time commitment between doing minutes, and we do have work groups, and we have our 2-hour meeting each month. Yeah.
But that
So if-
still works with your work
Yes.
life.
Yeah.
And does anyone else have any other committees? Any other questions? All right. Well, again, thank you again.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, let's see, moving right along here. Robin Bergeson? Hi there, Robin, welcome.
Hello.
So, let's see, let me find your thing. Well, tell us, why you're interested in the dog committee.
Absolutely. Well, I've lived in South Burlington for 20 years, and I've had dogs all 20 years. So I've utilized every dog park, walkway, park. I used to bring my dog here on Market Street when there were couches back here, and it was blocked off. So I think I would really bring something to the committee in that way. I also understand during the pandemic, a lot of people got dogs, and I've been out and about walking other dogs, so, sorry, I'm a little nervous. I've never talked on a microphone. Yeah, so I'm just noticing some things. I feel like South Burlington is becoming very walkable. I walk every day. I'm walking through Kennedy, Dorset, Market Street, coming in to use the restroom here sometimes with a dog. If it's an extra long walk. And I'd love to help, marry the two, the public and the dogs, because people love their dogs and love to take their dogs places. Again, understanding that not everyone is a dog lover, but I do believe that we need to do a little better and where people can take their dogs here. I've seen some great dog parks come and go here in South Burlington, and I'm noticing that I'm starting to go outside of South Burlington to find these dog areas and kind of questioning, well, why don't we have that? I don't want to leave South Burlington. I like to keep it in the block. Yeah, and I have experience with Therapy Dog Vermont. Two of my dogs used to go to the hospital to visit kids. So, seeing what animals can do for the community as well, so.
Okay. Are you familiar with or able to deal with the time commitment for the committee?
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions? Tom?
So similar to the other one, we have 4 applicants for the common area of dogs, but only 2 positions. But we do have openings also on rec and parks, so that intersects dog issues as well. Is that something else you'd also be interested in? I don't have your application in the file either, so I don't know if you had a second item.
No, I didn't.
Okay.
I didn't really consider that, but I think they're closely related for sure. Because it's all, with our truck stop things and happening and these dog paths, I think we can all get along. If there's a way we can all get along.
Okay, so is that
Yes.
potentially a yes?
Yes, potentially a yes.
Wouldn't mind
Potentially,
considering that?
but definitely more about the dogs, because.
The dogs is your first
Yeah, for
choice.
sure.
Okay, I get
Yeah,
that.
for sure.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, well, thank you for coming forth. You've never been on a committee before, is that right? Good for you, so. Let's see, we heard from Nora, Les Stutzman. Stutzman? Is he online or? Yes.
I'm
okay.
online.
Great, well, welcome. And tell us your interest in being on the dog park or common area for dogs.
Sure. Well, I've never been on any committee before in South Burlington or any city committee. Okay, so but I am a dog owner. I've been a dog owner almost all my life. My husband and I have over the last 30 some years have had 3 different, we do Labrador retrievers, and we train them as therapy because he's a retired psychologist, and now he's a hospice chaplain. So we train them both as emotional assistance dogs that we have. So we're very acute in understanding that how a dog has to be trained and has to be leashed, and just in terms of performance and taking care of dogs and whatnot. And I use very little of the dog parks at this time because the area that we live in South Burlington around the golf course allows us to use the perimeter of the golf course for a lot of what we do for walking. But I just thought that I'd like to, kind of put my hat in the ring for working with dogs and dog parks, because I think it's important, having lived in Montreal for a dozen years before we retired back into the US and chose Vermont as our retirement community. I understand in a very urban area the complexity of having dogs and what you need to do. So that's more or less spiel on why I'm interested in this type of committee.
I'd be curious to know what they do in Montreal. Can we ask them?
Yeah, sure.
What do they do in Montreal, Les?
Well, Montreal is one of the beauties of Montreal is that it has a huge number of very, very small parks and some very big parks like Parc La Fontaine and whatnot. And there are sections of the park that are open for dogs. Most of the times those are leashed, but then you'll have enclosed areas where the dogs can be off leash. So it's just very critical that the owner knows how to control the dog, particularly in those type of density intensive environments.
And how is that enforced, Les?
Excuse me?
How is that enforced?
You haven't had any experience with the Montreal police?
Fortunately, no. Only
They're
border patrol.
They're very good at enforcing those just as well as they are about parking meters.
So they're there in the parks?
Yeah, they are in the parks.
You're retired, so the time commitment is not of concern?
Well, there's no such thing as being fully retired.
Uh-huh. Well, you have your
I'm
dog who's woofing in the back, supporting you.
Yes, I am retired. I'm a clinical microbiologist by profession, and have worked for companies in both U.S., Canada, and the Netherlands for marketing, selling of a medical device and that. And I spent since we retired, I've spent 3 years teaching microbiology at the community college, but now I'm doing substitute teaching both at South Burlington and CBU.
Oh, cool.
And
good for you.
Mostly in the sciences and languages, yes.
Oh, and the languages too. Good.
Yep.
That's great. Well, welcome to Vermont. Yeah. Are there any other questions that people have?
Yeah.
Is there something more that you need to tell us that we need to know about you?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I think, I happened to come with, it was just kind of happen chance. I do read the other paper that comes out every week. I enjoy that. And I saw the advertisement looking for people to serve on there. And I just felt like I'd like to do something for not only Vermont, but South Burlington, because we really are enjoying living in Vermont. That's about it.
Looks like you're giving back to a certain extent. That's great. Okay.
So,
thank you very much for your interest. And the process I have forgotten to mention this. We'll have to go through all of the, so tonight we can make a decision on, so we will let you know in the next day or two.
Okay, so I can kind of like hang up after this, right?
You can.
Oh, that's excellent. No, nothing against enjoying what I've experienced so far, but I like to go have my supper.
All righty. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, folks. Have a good evening.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Okay, now we'll skip down to the Energy Committee. Keith Epstein. He's not in the audience. Is he in the...
Oh, yeah. Hello, this is Keith.
Hi, Keith. Welcome. You're an incumbent. You're our famous Keith Epstein from the Energy Committee. So tell us why you want to keep on trucking with that.
Well, it's a great group of people, really passionate, dedicated to improving the city. I think we've made a lot of progress in helping South Burlington become more clean and green according to the comprehensive plan. And I think we still have a lot of work to do. The Climate Action Task Force is really exciting that that's happening. But as soon as the plan is written, I hope to see a climate action plan implementation task force, similarly comprised of diverse members of the community.
Okay, you know the time commitment and you give above and beyond, has been my experience with your work, the Georgetown project, and, you know, it is, you're right, that your committee is pretty fabulous, and you certainly contribute a lot to that. Does anyone have any other questions other than
I
Tom?
guess, oh,
Tim, do you?
Go ahead.
Sorry.
sure. Hi, Keith, it's Megan. I was
Hello.
hello, I was curious to know if the Climate Action Task Force work, if you've been following along and you can see where the Energy Committee could really kind of take off, you know, take the baton and carry it on from there. Do you see some things some projects that might be forming for your committee?
So I haven't been paying too close attention to the day-to-day of what the task force is doing. But one area I think that could be improved is with public outreach, making sure that as many people as possible know that we're working on a climate action plan and giving people the opportunity to give input. You know, the more input we have from all over the community, the better the resulting plan will be. And I think the implementation will be easier as well if people are given the opportunity to give input.
Thank you. I've heard that too. Thank you.
Tim?
Yeah, I appreciate the Energy Committee's presence on social media and look forward to that expanding as much as possible as different social media ebb and flow based upon popularity and, you know, just changes over time and people leave one platform and go to another. It's going to be really useful to maximize that communication to the community that way. So, but I appreciate
Yeah, that's
what
a
you've
good
done so
point.
far. Yeah.
I just want to comment, my husband, his office is in Williston, so they get the yes, the Williston Observer, I think it's called. And the last issue had a fabulous, it was kind of like an insert, but it was about 8 pages about what their climate task force and their energy committee was doing and talking about and thinking about in Williston. And so I looked at the public, because I thought, well, maybe it's the same people who own the other paper, and they could take this whole thing and just put it in all the newspapers, and they don't. It's privately owned. It's another group, but it's that kind of, that's one example of really important outreach, I think, because it was very informative. Talked about the state plan and what they were doing and what the Energy Committee was doing, and it really brought people up to date. And I think I've got to call the other paper and suggest that maybe they get a reporter working on this, and they could probably just pay the person who wrote it for Williston and just print it in our newspaper, because it was terrific.
Or you could make a press release. You could prepare a press release, maybe.
Yeah. But anyway, so I appreciate your and agree with your sensitivity and observation that the public outreach piece is going to be as important as the plan. Probably more important.
And following up on that, the article you mentioned in the Williston Observer, I know Lou Brzee, the energy projects manager for the city, has been doing a lot of really good work, making the city's buildings and wastewater treatment facility, all other aspects of the city more energy efficient. And I think we could do a better job in making sure everybody knows about that good work that the city is doing.
I think the same is true with our school department. We need to know what they're doing, or the public needs to know, and then you can identify areas for improvement.
Yeah, and I think that good begets good, and just like how, Tim, you were saying last time that if you get an electric mower, your neighbors notice and they say, maybe I should get an electric mower. So it's just that kind of, snowball effect, right? That this is what we're working on, this is what's been implemented, and here's potentially, how this comes down to the homeowner level. I mean, there's a lot that, I have seen a lot on Front Porch Forum, how to cool your house without, using the air conditioner. I've seen some, some posts that have been helpful, but I think you're right too.
No, I got the e-mower. I told my friend at work and he got one. He loves his, and it's just, it starts to spread out after
Yep.
a while. I just took my old one to the dump after draining the gas and the oil and pushed it into the metal, the scrap metal bin at Patchen Road. It was a great feeling, just goodbye.
Yeah.
Great. Okay, well, thank you, Keith. I'm pleased that you're interested in continuing.
Yeah, thank you. And if you all have any ideas about things that you think the Energy Committee should be working on, please let us know.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll
Bye.
next hear from Ethan Goldman, who I believe he chairs the Climate Task Force, and you also chair the Energy Committee, correct?
I've actually handed off chair of Energy Committee to Tim.
Oh, okay. Well, tell us why you want to continue.
Well, this is what I care about. I do clean energy work for my job and for my free time, and I'm really excited about all the opportunities that South Burlington is tackling to, achieve climate goals by creating this climate action plan, and a lot of great ideas coming out of the Energy Committee right now about, how we can use our time to really motivate folks in the community to get involved and join together with the city and work on some of the initiatives that we have going on. So it's just really exciting to see that progress.
Okay. We certainly understand the time commitment. Questions?
I think he's doing a fabulous job. Thank you, Ethan,
Okay.
for carrying on. I know that you make it more than the basic, and you've served this city and its residents quite well.
I think continuity sometimes really helps. So thank you for your time and interest. Great.
Absolutely, it's my pleasure.
Okay, next we have Ahmed Abdel Fattah, or Fattah. Welcome.
Yes. Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. So.
Yeah, I'm happy to. Yeah, go ahead.
No, you talk. You're interested in the Energy Committee. Tell us why, how.
Yeah, I'm interested in the Energy Committee. If I give you a background very quick, you will understand. We are in New Orleans still. We are relocating to South Burlington in June 28th. So this is very uncommon. Somebody want to be active in a city even before coming to the city. That's weird a little bit. Yeah, but the issue here is I like to enter to the topic from a problem. We couldn't find the house for 3 months, and the house we could find is available on August 15, even though we are flying on June 28th. So we don't know where we're going to stay. So you have big problem with housing, a lot of people coming. And looking at this problem, I would like to turn it into an opportunity, because this is the way how I think, how I work. I am the synergy guy. You can consider me, starting from the Energy Committee. How to connect housing problem with energy. We can think about the green buildings, for example. The Senate passed in November the biggest climate change expenditure in the history of the United States, $555 billion. And one of the themes of the expenditure is buildings, to cut emission from buildings. So thinking about the green buildings, one way is they're going to focus on incentives, by the way, not punishment. So why not we expand the green building opportunities for people? So we solve the housing problem and we solve the climate change problem. So this is a good introductory point about how I think. I am the synergy guy. I have a PhD in interdisciplinary, so you can understand where I'm coming from and how I think. Interdisciplinary environmental science and engineering. And I worked in climate change for the last 15 years, climate change policy making in developing countries in Jordan. and right now I'm managing a project remotely, a regional project in Jordan, Lebanon, Egypt, in climate change adaptation. But I can contribute a lot in mitigation because, as you know, energy is mitigation. So I'm interested because I want to bring the international perspective because the United States is a developing country, but that doesn't mean we look at the lesson learned from developed or developing countries. For example, I can contribute to the energy efficiency. I do research on thermal insulation, for example, the rights of people in sustainable buildings, energy efficiency in buildings, because communities, they are not aware of all the options. So I would like to contribute from this perspective. I'm also a climate change guy, so I can do this energy between the energy and the climate task force also. I'm from a research background. I'm interested in water, food, energy nexus. This is big science. Since you don't have like water committee and agriculture or sustainable agriculture committee, but you have energy, I can connect these together because you cannot just think solo sector. You have to think multi-sector, which they call it, they consider it the nexus. I have skills in multi-criteria decision analysis. I can do nice exercises involving the community, as Keith said, the importance of public outreach. I want to learn from the experience of Ethan, for example, in clean energy. So I think I am very enthusiastic and have a lot of passion to contribute to the city where I will be living for long term. Thank you.
Okay.
So, yeah, I mean, he works for the UN. He's a consultant for the UN. I mean.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are there?
I'm curious what brings you to South Burlington, Ahmad. This is Megan Emery.
Yeah, my wife. Yeah, thank you. My wife got a position at UVM as a faculty. She will be teaching anatomy as an assistant professor. She's an MD, very smart. She graduated from Tulane University. She got a position there. So I'm coming with her, you know.
Uh-huh.
Thank you.
Other questions? I mean, you certainly seem to have some work experience in this area.
Yes. And yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I do. I do have a lot of experience, and I like to connect things together. I like to think in an innovative way, putting things together, linking, you know, as I said, for example, water, sustainable agriculture, because you have good agriculture, let's say, practices in terms of sustainability. So I'm trying from the energy committee to see where is the linkages, where is the synergy, to come up with some projects, some ideas. As I said, one of them to solve, for example, the housing problem. Maybe we can think about applying to those, you know, federally grants to expand the green building domain in the city. That's just one example. I don't want to talk a lot. I want to learn. I want to learn first from the city because this is a new environment for us. Then I will see where I will contribute and put my experience.
Are you a grant writer, Ahmad?
Yeah, I'm good in a grant. I'm writing right now a big grant. It's like that gonna connect the North Globe with the South Globe because they don't communicate. It's gonna be like South Globe, North Globe dialogue with regard to climate change, where research communities, academic communities exchange ideas, projects, ideas, lesson learned. I'm writing a huge grant, and this will be submitted to the adaptation fund. And I contributed to the grant that I'm now doing a remote project management position with the United Nations from home. I was a co-writer to that grant, and we won like 13 million from the adaptation fund. So yeah, I have good deep experience in grant writing.
Yes.
Okay. I'm curious, have you ever had experience in this sort of local government committee, volunteer committee? I'm sure you've been on lots of committees at the universities, but
Yeah, actually, I worked closely with the community, with the government. I was the person, and when I say I don't mean talking about myself a lot. No, I was the one who initiated the idea, but I built a team to work together. I was the guy who initiated enacting a climate change policy for one of the Middle East country, Jordan, where I came from. So I worked with the government to enact the policy. It was the first in the Middle East. And I worked with them to develop their commitment, which is political, to the international community, climate change community, you know, the Kyoto Protocol, the Paris Agreement. So I worked closely with ministers, with government, and with municipal councils. Right now, my project is deeply working with municipalities at Jordan and Lebanon. We are helping them to adapt to climate change. So this is where I work, actually close with the government, like decision support, you know. I am a link between the government and the communities. I'm good on policy drafting. So that's, yeah, one particular area I'm familiar with. I've been in, actually not just a member of committee. I used to form committee like the National Committee for Climate Change in Jordan, which is like a committee putting all stakeholders together as an advisory committee to the Ministry of Environment in Jordan. So yes, that's particular area I can contribute also to.
Great. Are there any other questions by council members? No? All right, well, this is a little unusual to have someone applying for a committee and planning to move here just before the committee, you know, you would be appointed, but we'll, you know, we've never done it before, but I guess we can. You're going to own a home or rent a home in South Burlington?
Yeah, I already got one in 108. How do you say that? Catkin Circle. I think it's a nice area. Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah, and one important point, I will be like a kind of linkage with other, let's say, member of the community, which is the Arab Muslim community. They are growing, by the way, and I have no idea if you have some census, some statistics. You know, the Afghan people, they came with the American troops, and yeah, they are suffering. They cannot find houses. I understood they are disputed with some American families. We are a family of 6 coming, you know, all at once. So you can imagine if the community is growing from ethnically, let's say, perspectives, the city need to pay attention to that, to see what's the concern of those, you know, communities or ethnical backgrounds. Mm-hmm. So that to be a good city, because diversity produce good systems, right?
I just have a quick question for Dr. Abdel Fattah. How many languages do you speak?
Yeah, just Arabic and English.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Marhaba, marhaba.
Ahlan, ahlan.
All right. Well, I very much appreciate your desire to really get here and immediately become part of the community. So thank you for applying.
Yeah. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to be active member of the community.
Great. Well, so our process will be one of the other applicants couldn't make it tonight. So the next time we interview will be June 20th. And then we will make a decision on this committee then. So it'll be shortly before you arrive. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, next we have Carrie McLaughlin. Oh, here, great.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you go with that guy.
Pardon me?
I'm pretty sure you should go with that guy.
Oh. There's a lot of spots, so, you know.
I'm just kidding.
You seem pretty qualified yourself, so Carrie, yeah, you have 20-year career in renewable energy industry. tell us about you.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I'm an engineer by education, but I have been working in renewable energy pretty much since I started, and it's like 2003, with a short break in manufacturing when I worked for Keurig. But yeah, it's a huge passion of mine. I've really, and I think what I really care about is finding like the right technology for the applications, and not necessarily like pushing everybody in a single box, and then creating that technology or creating the accessibility around the technology. And I think that's what's really challenging, and in terms of how we incorporate it into our neighborhoods and in individual households. So yeah, while I work in the solar industry, I'm not married to the technology necessarily, and I love to find the right application for that.
I think accessibility is really key, as well as the outreach, like Keith was talking about, and not shaming, but rather saying, oh, I want a quiet mower too.
Right, right.
There's just so many pieces
Yeah.
to make this kind of a smooth and inclusive and accessible process. Yeah.
Right, and it's so much about consumption too. Like how we consume and what we do with our electricity, and education around that. And it's not just about generation. So
Right.
it's just the whole system is in need of
Right.
support.
I've heard good things about the Montpelier Energy. Was it a committee?
Yeah. It was. So I worked with them when I lived there back in 2011, 2012. And that was right around like when Net Zero Montpelier was starting, and I was working with the Energy Action Network. And it was and district heat. That's when we were like really pushing district heat. So it was a really cool time to be a part of that. And what I loved about that is, we would have these energy fairs and just bring everybody in the community in and be able to talk about it and educate people and do fun things with the kids. And so, they were a great group. I tried to hold on, when I moved up to South Burlington, but I couldn't. I stayed at the part of the committee for a little while after that, but it didn't really make sense for much longer.
Yeah. Because don't you do car share or ride share with linked to the housing? And I mean, I remember going to a climate forum, and Montpelier was kind of like a gleaming example of really forward-thinking
innovation,
design in terms of urban design and how,
Yeah.
I think that was in 2014. So
Yeah, it was past my time, but yeah,
Past your
that's
time.
when the transportation piece was something that we were really struggling when I was there, because it's Vermont and it's hilly, so you have ice and you have hills so it's just like, how do you make transportation accessible without assuming that everybody can ride a bike everywhere, and so.
Okay. Tim, do you have a question?
I just have a quick question.
comment?
It's Carrie?
Yeah.
So you've lived here 10 years? Is that what it said?
Yeah, I lived here. I moved here first in 2001. Lived here for a few years, then moved to Montpelier for a little while. But then,
So when you look around the city today, is there something that stands out to you as a really significant opportunity that like just jumps out at you, that there's something that is there something that just grabs you that you go, oh, we should be doing X, or look at that over there, that could be a prime place for Y? Is it just something that?
not really. No, I mean, no. I have read like some of the reports in the presentation that the Energy Committee did, and I think that the plan that they've put together is pretty comprehensive, and so I don't think that there's anything outside of that really is like a smoking gun or anything.
And did you say what you did in renewable energy?
I am the director of engineering at Suncommon. So
It's Uncommon, okay.
Yeah.
all
So
right.
sorry about this.
Yeah.
Oh, we're in
You
a
guys are
quandary
being
here.
great. You're being
We're
very,
really
very
trying.
responsive.
Yeah, that was not my team, but my team.
Okay. Any other questions for Carrie? Yeah, well, I think that's why people like this committee, because the people who apply for it all have these incredible life and job experiences that add to the group working, and you certainly do as well. So So I really appreciate you wanting to put your oar in here as
Thank-
well.
Yeah,
Thank you
appreciate
for
it.
applying. Franz van Boden, is he here or online?
Yep,
Oh,
he's
there you are.
Oh, it doesn't look like he's connected.
So,
Franz, can we hear you? It doesn't look like you're connected. We can see you.
Sometimes audio is tricky.
okay, so where is Franz?
He says he's working on it.
I don't have his thing. Van Boden. I don't think. Oh, no, there it is, sorry. Age, it's age. I got up at 4:45 with the dogs. I've been up a while.
Sometimes, is he calling on his phone? Yeah, that's what I had to do once.
Where is Ledge Way in South Burlington?
It's the second highest street in O'Brien.
In where?
So it's one in the new. It's in the
Oh,
new-
oh, okay. All right. Yeah, it's the ledge they had to blow away. Yeah.
Do you want to maybe go to Rob while he figures this out?
It's off of 2 roads.
Is this working? No.
It's coming.
Okay, how about now?
Oh,
Yay.
yay, welcome. Okay.
Yeah.
So, Franz, tell us, why you want to be on the Energy Committee. Join this
Yeah,
elite group of energy gurus.
sure. Yeah, so recently moved to South Burlington this past week. My wife and I have
We're getting a lot of
to-
newbies here. Yeah.
Yeah. So not quite as impressive as Ahmad, but I did apply before living here. So just note that on my application. But yeah, no, I'm just really excited about South Burlington and just the community and strong sense of, climate action that I've seen on your climate action plan. I went to UVM and graduated in 2013. And since then have worked in the renewable energy industry as a project manager and engineer, actually working for the contractor that Suncommon employed back in the day, installing solar panels on Vermont residential roofs in the mid-February. So you can imagine that's a tough place to start. But
Was it a sunny day at least?
That's right. It was at least 0 degrees instead of like negative temperature. But yeah, since then I've gone on and worked at, contractors and independent power producers. And right now I'm working at a company called Clearway Energy Group, which is a large developer that develops energy storage, solar and wind across the US on utility scale size platforms. And so I'm an engineer for them, working in the development engineering space. And so the skills that I would like to bring to this committee is helping folks look at potential sites for renewable energy projects, looking at CapEx and connecting with contractors and looking at technical designs if that is an area of expertise that's needed. Otherwise, totally involved and just want to be a part of what you folks are doing, honestly, because it's pretty awesome. So that's my brief pitch.
Okay.
How did you learn about this position? I mean, it's not a position. It is a volunteer position. This opportunity, yeah.
Yeah, I think so. My wife and I, one of the reasons why we moved back to Vermont from Massachusetts, we were seeking kind of a sense of community, and so in doing that, we just went onto the South Burlington website to identify, different areas for us to contribute with the community to be a part of what everyone's trying to accomplish. And one of our big kind of personal beliefs and goals is to support the transition to kind of like grid electrification and tackle this climate change problem that's paramount.
Wonderful. That's very
You got your
impressive.
start at UVM in environmental studies. Yoo-hoo. Any other questions?
We have amazingly qualified candidates. That's all
we
I
have
can
all these
say.
great
Does he know
candidates.
that South Burlington has the highest per capita mega solar production in the country?
Is that right?
I
In
don't
the
know, is that
country?
right? Maybe he could correct me if I'm wrong, but
Per capita?
I've read that Burlington, they say that Burlington is, but
That's
it's
'cause
not,
they
it's
have
us, it's not
McNeil.
Burlington, because they don't have that much. We're the ones that have the 3 megawatt plus farms, you know, and 19,000 people or 20,000 people, so.
Right. Yeah. You've got the land. Yeah,
And a lot
for
of
sure.
rooftop too, so.
Yeah. I was just walking around that array over at Veterans Memorial Park with my dog this afternoon, actually, and
That's not a
I
dog
just
park.
love.
That's
Yeah,
not a
he was
dog
on a
park,
leash.
That's a
right?
joke, that's an inside joke.
Yeah. No,
Yeah,
I
that's
was
a small
on.
one, that's a small one.
Yeah.
Yeah, plus we have the landfill, right?
Oh, yeah,
Plus,
no,
we're
we
talking
have a
about
lot.
maybe putting more up at the
airport has a
wastewater
fair
track. Yeah,
amount.
and then the top of the garage at the airport, right? Yeah.
Oh, great. Yeah. So, I mean, my
Burlington
experience spans the full gambit of like greenfield development and you know, acres of farm field versus commercial rooftop, and like you're mentioning, top of parking garages and figuring out how to retrofit those structures to deal with the loads of PV. So yeah, it's awesome. I'm all about what you folks are doing and hope I can help.
Cool.
I think the president today delayed for 2 years instituting tariffs again, I guess, on some solar panels. So
Right.
that could help with pricing,
that's
but
huge.
yeah.
Yeah. Well, good.
Thank you.
Well, it's always nice to have UVM grads come back here. A lot do. Because it's
Yeah,
such a
yeah,
cool
we've got a
place. You're
strong
not a
network.
native Vermonter, right? You came to UVM and didn't want to leave in some ways.
That's right.
Would he know
Yeah.
a former
right.
city councilor named Dave Kaufman, perhaps? Would he?
I don't know. Did you know Dave Kaufman? He's in the. Well, he's in.
Yeah. He was
he's
a
in the-
professor, right?
The Rubenstein School. Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard the name. I don't think I actually had him, but I know the name well. Yep.
Okay. Well, he's a former council member.
You've also had Alan Strong work on a committee for the city, if you remember Alan Strong, Professor Strong. No, okay.
I don't. No.
Okay. Well, great. Well, I appreciate your interest. And have you moved here yet?
Yeah,
You live,
yeah.
Oh, that's right. You were walking your dog, so you are here. Okay.
That's right. Yeah, we've moved and we are in, so that's a big deal.
Super.
Beautiful
Okay.
weather so far.
Well, welcome. Looks like you're enjoying it. You're nice and tan. All right.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Franz.
Thank you.
All right. Next is Robert Mader. Or Rob Mader. Is he? Oh, good. Did you
Thank you.
grow up in the Richmond area?
I did not.
Oh, okay.
No,
I just had a student who's, their last name was Mader, and it's a little unusual. So.
Yeah, it's pronounced meter.
Or Meter.
Meter,
Oh, they pronounced it Mader, so, okay. So, Rob, tell us why you're geared up to help us with energy.
Sure. So I am a recent resident of South Burlington. I've been here since February of 2021. Previously, I lived in Georgia, Vermont. We relocated here. My daughter is in high school, and we would have been commuting from Georgia down here. So ended up making a switch. And if Ahmad is still on, I'll help you move in because I live a couple doors down from where it sounds like you're moving in from.
You'll be able to carpool.
Yeah, we can carpool together. But yeah, we're over there on Catkin Drive as well. And my interest really has stemmed from my purchase of an old Vermont farmhouse up in Georgia, is what got me going on it, and just all the problems that you end up having with trying to survive winters in a drafty old farmhouse. I was on the Georgia Conservation Committee for 16 years. And as part of like a more rural community, I saw the impact that this can really have on, moderate or even lower income families, and certainly as we move into, at least for the near future, with higher fuel prices and stuff, and then heading also into the winter. While I feel like I don't know the community super well at this time, my previous experiences definitely would lend itself for me to believe that it's not going to be an easy time for, certainly some families. And I don't specifically know if the Energy Committee has, if they're looking at this from a economic perspective in terms of helping families. But I know for many it can be a significant portion of their income during the winter, that and transportation. So there's a couple areas there that I feel like I'm concerned with. I have a background. I did actually insulation work, if you will, for home performance with Energy Star. So I was that guy that crawled around in the attics with wasps buzzing around you, covered in a Tyvek suit in 110 degrees. I've done all that. I've blown in insulation to older homes, and I feel like I've seen a lot of the challenges there. It's from that angle that I feel like that's probably a lot of the perspective that I bring, is kind of the boots on the ground, knowing some of the challenges that those families may face, the housing. Just the housing stock, I think, in Vermont obviously has been, it's fairly old. South Burlington's probably no exception. I do feel like we have a pretty good mix of new construction and probably a ton of 1950s construction. And I think there's, certainly a lot of, with a lot of technology, there's a lot of excitement around technology. Certainly solar. We did solar in Georgia. It was great. We had solar thermal. That was great. But I think also just the investments in kind of the foundational pieces of housing is something that's not very glamorous and often overlooked, but can make a huge difference, because you can certainly apply the technology, but if you're blowing it out the back door because you don't have any insulation, you're not really gaining a lot other than spending money on shiny toys. So that's at least my kind of upbringing in that area, and something I feel like I can bring as a perspective to the committee.
Great. Questions?
I think that's a really important point to make, is that, there's a lot of emphasis on, renewable energy, right? But you can have all the renewable energy you want, but if you let it just leak out all of your bad windows and uncaulked walls and uninsulated walls and bad foundations, right? Because you said, but you were speaking foundations in a different way, but I took it a different way. It's just a giant waste, right? So, I mean, energy efficiency starts at home. It starts with plugging all the air leaks in your home, especially with those older homes. And what's really amazing is that even with the newer homes, you find contractors sometimes cutting corners, not really adhering to like the Act 250 energy stretch codes that they're supposed to. I mean, I went to a conference down in Burlington, and the contractors were, they were kvetching about having to hire somebody to do a blower door test before and after, and it was I thought it was despicable. But I mean, I know things have probably gotten a little bit better because, people learn to do things after a while. But so I see your perspective. I think it's really important. Yeah.
Yeah, no,
Thanks.
I think it is an interesting perspective that would be helpful in the conversation.
Yeah.
How do you really get it done? How do you do it in the homes?
And Carrie was getting to that too, with
Yes,
consumption,
yeah.
working on consumption. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's really an education piece. I feel like, we benefit a lot from Efficiency Vermont and their outreach and efforts. And but it's really trying to get to the ground level for a lot of people, I think,
Right.
which is important in our community.
Right.
That's often you don't think really about your neighbor's house, about how they're heating their house, or if they're struggling with bills necessarily to do that.
Right.
But it's kind of a silent topic, I think, for a lot of people.
No, I think the economic perspective is a really important one. So.
Yeah. Well, you're all giving me hope.
Yeah, yeah. Any other questions for Rob? Okay. Again, well, thank you very much for applying in your interest and in this, and certainly your experience. Sounds like it could be really helpful in the conversations.
Great. Thanks for having me.
You're welcome. Okay, that does it for energy. We're now moving on to the library board, and we're gonna hear from one person, Erin Busby. I'm sorry, yeah.
So is that
Hi.
rescheduled?
Yeah, she'll come the 20th.
I'm here.
Hey, Erin, hi.
Hi, how are you?
Well, we're all good. So we're plugging through here. Tell us what your interest or why you were interested in the library board. We have a brand new library, that might be part of it.
What's that? Oh, sorry, there's a little delay. I am interested in the library because I see them as vital community resources, which provide way more than just books. I've always been an avid utilizer of the library, and since moving to South Burlington a year ago, my daughters and I have frequented the library pretty much weekly, and it's always been just a safe place to bring kids when it's hot, when it's cold, when it's raining. I love that there's games. And more than that, I really appreciate that it's an access point for internet access, which a lot of people can't necessarily have in their home. I love that recently there was an outreach program to new bilingual families and how to connect families who may be refugees to greater networks in our community. I'm also a teacher at South Burlington High School, so I care deeply about just intellectual proprietary and having a resource for intellectualism in our community. And so I'm excited to be a part of it. And I've always, in every community I've lived in, I've always been on like my neighborhood community when I lived in Baltimore. As a teacher, I've always sought out community work to just enhance different aspects of whatever institution I'm a part of.
Okay, that sounds good.
Yeah.
You're aware of the time commitment for the library board?
Yes, I actually had a call with Marjorie to talk a little bit more about it, and so I enjoyed chatting with her, and I think I have a clear, open-eyed understanding of what I'm volunteering for.
Okay. You don't miss the library at the high school?
No, there's still a
Well,
library
there still
there.
is a library. They're not the public aspect. Yeah.
Actually, I think it's a great idea that it's in a different place.
Okay. Other questions?
What do you teach, Erin?
I teach math.
So what specific skill set, I mean, when you work in a group or a team, you know, the library board, what kind of, I don't know, interpersonal relations and how you act on a board and work with people, what kind of role do you play? As a teacher, you're on a gazillion committees, right?
Well, I think it's important anytime you're a new member of a community or a new member of a board to really do a lot more listening than anything else to figure out where you can contribute, but also to get a sense for how things are going without your opinion. So thinking about what you can learn, and then after you have a good sense of after you have a good sense for a community, I think it's really important to have an active voice and to share your experience. And, you know, I've spent my entire career working with people, so I would like to think I'm good at it. I mean, I'm in the wrong field otherwise. But, you know, I can have difficult conversations. I can speak respectfully. I can disagree. I've worked in independent schools, so I've certainly done some fundraising aspects of having, you know, I've done some asks for money, and I think it's all part of work in a nonprofit.
Okay, yeah. Good. Yeah. Other questions or thoughts? Is there something more you want to tell us or that we didn't ask that we should have? Or do you have questions of us, maybe?
No, I don't have any. I don't have any questions. Like I said, I talked to Marjorie a lot about the specifics of what the board does, and yeah, so I would be excited to contribute, and if I don't get it, I'll just try again in the future.
Okay, we do have some other openings. City charter, economic development, pension, rec and park.
Recs and parks, you could probably talk me into. I don't know too much about the other things.
Okay.
And what led you to apply, Erin?
I have always, I guess I know for a fact that good communities. Well, I worked with a woman once who used to always say that community is never accidental, and it really stuck with me that if you want your community to be a certain way, you have to be willing to participate actively in that community. And I've always loved libraries. I've always loved librarians and the service that they play in a community. And I think if you want to have a gorgeous library like we have that is a resource for all different people in the community, then you have to be willing to participate in making it accessible and everything delightful that you want it to be.
Okay. Do you see any possible things or activities that could be, a collaboration between the high school and the library?
Oh yeah, I think about that all the time. Like, peer tutoring, like right now the high school kids don't really do too much with the middle school kids, but there could be read alouds, there could be peer tutoring, there's all kinds of opportunities for introducing interested families with new immigrant families. Like the brief thing that I just witnessed, and I really don't know too much about it, but opening up the library as a place for where adolescents feel like they can go, I think is hugely important. Like I said, I've been there once a week pretty much all year, and I think I've seen one of my students one time. And, I wonder, is it underutilization? Am I just going at a different time? But it is a really incredible resource that I don't think adolescents are necessarily using optimally. I mean, that could be because the high school has its own library. So there's a lot of reasons. I'm certainly not, it's just, it's a wondering. I wonder what we could do to use that space more collaboratively.
Yeah. And I very much like your vision of bringing in the diversity and the library being a center of culture, but also education and partnership, right? And working together. I think that's really important. Yeah.
Hey, Erin, this is Tim Barrett. Can I ask, which schools do you teach at?
I just teach at South Burlington High School.
The high school, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Grade 9.
All righty. Well, thank you very much, Erin.
Thank you.
Good night.
Bye.
Okay, Natural Resources Committee. Jean-Sebastian, is he going to call us by?
He's
or join?
online, yeah.
And we heard from Lisa, so. Hi there,
Yes,
and
good.
we'll interview you for the Public Art Committee at the same time. I mean, like.
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay.
Perfect.
So, Natural Resources Committee, you've been there for a couple years. You went through some transitions that were challenging. What is the committee looking like now, in your opinion?
Well, I think it's looking good. We have a lot of action and plans. The open space being one of them, maybe the most resource consuming one. But we're working with the Climate Action Committee, and looking into canopy also, see how we can preserve. There is a little bit of a controversy that you heard, I think, about the ash tree. And so we are part of that. We're gathering information, trying to be in our advisory function to the city council as effective as we can. We have a good group, I think, a very good group in the committee currently. And I'd be so happy to be part of this for the foreseeable future. And yeah, that's
Okay.
really yeah, a lot of initiative, a lot of passion, a lot of knowledge, a lot of skills. Committee is, I think, pretty strong right now.
Great. Other questions? And you serve as the chair, correct?
Yes, I am the chair for now. Yep.
All right. Well, I haven't heard about any uprisings, so on that committee.
Yeah, that's a sign usually. It's a plus.
So, all right. Is there anything else we should know?
Well, I mean, this for me, Natural Resources Conservation Committee is more and more key to this, in my opinion, of course, to the city. One of the many committees that we all pull in the same direction. I think global warming, I think, is key to that. We talked also about affordable housing. That is not our core mission, but all those things interact, and collaboration between the committee and pulling the same direction to reach a better South Burlington is really essential.
Okay.
And I see that.
Good. So having a liaison to the affordable housing is good.
Right.
Isn't that-
Yeah.
Yeah. I think so. Yeah. Okay. All right. Great. Well, and then
Yes.
your other committee is public art.
Yes.
And so
Yes.
you're interested in that as well, continuing.
Yes, I'm interested in public art committee. There is a lot of very qualified people that are interested too. I think maybe we could benefit. We have a lot of plans, a lot of things are coming. Not only in the past we've been, doing RFQs and selection committee. Right now we're trying to expand something a little more. How would I word it? A little more established, that could be creating maybe it's the wrong term, not a reserve, but creating, be prepared for the expansion of the city and what could be put in, and create also more outreach. I mean, the gallery downstairs, where you just by where you are is a good example of that. And the clock that we just inaugurated 2 hours ago is another good example, but having a broader impact. And there's a lot of projects where city art will be being important coming up. So I think broadening, expanding our membership would be good.
Okay. Great. Questions, anyone?
Yes, what should be the design for the pedestrian bridge to make it a public art gateway for, northern Vermont?
I like that, Tim.
Yeah.
Thank you, Tim. Or
is that just too much steel?
Too much.
Well, it's you can turn steel into pretty things.
Make it
I have a
clear,
few examples
so
that come to
you know
mind.
you're walking across the.
The Eiffel Tower isn't steel, I don't think, right? Is it
Ooh.
iron? What is it?
I don't know. I don't know if it's steel or iron.
I think it's iron.
I know they paint it quite often.
Excuse me.
And actually,
Yeah.
it seemed to be one color, but actually not one color. It's painted different colors to balance the fact that the sky is lighter than the ground. There's all kinds of fun stuff at the Eiffel Tower.
Yeah.
But
Lots to
I
do
don't know
with
if it's
metal.
steel.
Well, that would be interesting.
That would be
But-
interesting, Tim. You always, interesting.
Yeah, but we will. The committee. I mean, we are very organized, I think, and we can really tackle this kind of questions. I think when we selected or recommended, because the city council selected, but we recommended art, the process, the selection process, the review process, and when the art was selected, how we worked with the artist to put our vision with her vision, and it was really good. And every time when we talk with the artist after the fact, like the geeses or the clock, it's really a good, a very rich, and I think the result is there, interaction. So I trust that for future project, we're going to see the same synergy and collaboration.
Cool, yeah.
Mm.
All right. Well, thank you.
And in this one, no uprising either. So it's good. We work together very well.
All right.
Yeah. Well, how would it be with a welcome to South Burlington over the interstate? That would be so.
So our budget is.
Right. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much, Jean-Claude.
Yeah, thank you.
Or Jean-Sebastian.
Thank you very much.
Excuse me. Charlotte.
That's okay.
Okay,
No problem.
thank you. Our well,
Okay.
we actually are going to hear from two more people. One is John Kalaki. He's applied for the Public Art Committee, so why don't you come up, and retiring from the House, but still interested, thankfully, to contribute to our community.
That's an extra 4 months a year.
Yeah, I know, so we're gonna work you to the bone.
But
So-
my old house had, if I could say, tomorrow the governor's signing 2 housing bills, S210 and S226 for $45 million. But in that, there's $1 million dedicated to work with one community, to work in an integrated way to expand housing opportunities. And it originally the ask was $5 million, it went down to 1. So the deal was that it would begin to work with 1. So Jesse, I might suggest that Tom and I and you get on a Zoom call with Josh Hanford to just make sure that South Burlington can understand what that $1 million might be used for. Because as I understand it, our city has already gotten the federal dedication for another $1 million. So it may be that we could integrate our efforts with the state dollars in a different way. But it's only one community that's going to get this. So
And not a determined community.
it's not determined, no.
I will send you an email tomorrow.
Okay.
So, and Tim, your question, I was at the Walker Art Center, and we commissioned Sia Armajani to create a bridge. That was an incredible bridge. And then we commissioned a poet to do a piece on the bridge as well. So I think I am interested in the Public Art Commission. I come from the art world. I ran the Yerba Buena Center for the Arts in San Francisco. I ran the Walker Art Center. I worked at the Walker Art Center and the Flynn Center here. And I'm a filmmaker. I had a book come out this year. I worked as we opened with the Public Art Commission and invited Todd Lockwood to do our opening exhibition here. And then the watercolor show was something I had my hand into. So I have worked with the commission. When I applied online, there was actually listed there was an open seat on the commission. So when I came here today, I thought that Jean had already was reapplying, so there wasn't really an open seat. So I offered to say withdraw because it's not like it's a competition here. And so I would love to serve on that commission. And if not formally, I would also love to just, as I have been involved with the group, I know the group pretty well.
Well, we probably don't need to quiz you on your art experience and what you would bring to this. It seems to me an extra person on the Public Art Committee would do no harm. And I think John would be a great addition, so.
And performance art, why is public art necessarily graphic or sculpture? I mean, I would, since you're in a performance kind of tradition. There's just so much to do, and interactive. I mean, I would think you would bring a vision that would really
Sure.
expand almost the, what do I want to say, the focus or the, just broaden it. Yeah.
Well, I've made prints, I've made films, I was a performer, so it's all kind of merged.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
Well, we're lucky to have you, and
Well, I love
unless
being
you
here.
have questions for us, we'll have to discuss expanding the committee and what we need to do for that, if that's what the council would like.
Has to be an odd number of people to break a tie, though, right?
It's a quorum issue.
I don't know that.
Well, I think,
I think there's 6 members now, and I would be the 7th.
Oh, there we go.
There you go.
You
I
just
think.
expanded it. So
And I
that's
think
what we
seven's
expanded
a
it
lucky
because we
number.
had 2 wonderful candidates, but just think of how much more they can do.
Nope.
I think we're hardly in a position to turn down the public who want to, volunteer their time within reason. I mean, we don't want committees of 20, but 7 isn't.
No, seven's
huge.
a nice number.
Some people think we should be 7. So, unless you want to be on the charter committee, you could work on that.
Yeah, you could do both. You have time
Tom,
now,
that's what
John.
you could do.
You've got a whole bunch of new time.
No, I just offered to work with Jesse and Tom about it.
Exactly.
That's my other thing. No more for me. That's it.
All righty.
Anyway,
All right, well, thank you very
all right.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I understand Rick Dahlstrom thought he was scheduled for tonight, and you aren't. However, we have 10 additional people scheduled for the 20th, or 10 more than we had tonight. So I would suggest that even though we don't have your application, you're interested in, why don't you come up? So we'll interview you since you've sat through all of this.
is that why you're here tonight, or were you here for something else?
No, I thought it was for all committee. I applied for the Development Review Board or
Yep.
Planning.
Planning
I
committee.
didn't realize it was put off until, or
Well, we didn't have
scheduled for
time
the other
to
one.
interview
Yeah, I can
everybody.
understand. It's
Yeah.
interesting sitting through everything and actually I got a kick out of listening to all the energy people. And I was heartened to see that nobody mentioned anything about wind turbines because, I don't like them personally. Everybody was pretty hot on the solar panels, which, they'll last about 20 years and then you have to buy new ones. So all the energy that takes to build them in the first place,
That's
it'll
true with furnaces
It takes
too, isn't
20
it?
years, so it's a net zero gain. And nobody mentioned nuclear, which is where we should be going. They're making micro nuclear power plants now. But in any case, that's not what I was applying for. Development Review Board was an interest of mine.
Okay.
Basically because of what, I came to this committee, a few weeks ago. And in my own situation in a new purchase of property on Dorset Street. Is what got me interested in the way the city government works with the committees and the city council and the committees and the commissions and all that sort of thing. So that's why I put in an application. So I can come back in a couple of weeks. I'm retired. You asked if you have a time commitment. I'm retired. I got plenty of time. Except I don't have a electric mower, Tim, because I've got about 5 or 7 acres I need to mow, and it takes me 8 to 10 hours. So I'm not going to do that with an electric mower.
They
So
do make a zero turn,
They do.
but
It's like buying a car.
it won't last long enough for me. So unfortunately. So anyway,
So, but you're here tonight, and that will, to come back in 2 weeks. So there's a personal interest, or what your personal situation got you interested in how government works, and now
exactly.
you're interested in volunteering. So what like, so your background, and what skills would you bring to the DRB and/or the Planning Commission?
Well, volunteer work that I've done. Well, first of all, I spent about 32 years in the military, 32 years in the airline business, both as a pilot. They overlapped because I'm not 90 years old, but I was in the Massachusetts. I was active duty Massachusetts Guard, and then the American Airlines. I retired a few years ago. Moved up here in 2018 to South Point, and then had the opportunity to buy property on Dorset Street, which is what I did. And that's, as far as volunteering, when I lived in Saratoga, New York, I ran the whole rec soccer program for about 10, 12 years. And I've always been involved in the sports angle of volunteer work. I've always been interested in real estate, more as an investor, not as a developer. I want to stress that I'm not a developer, but my interaction with the city opened my eyes as to how things work, or at least how they may work with the development of the city's properties, and also the planning it takes to run the city and make things appropriate for what the citizens want the city to look like. And so that was my interest. Yeah, it was a personal interest at first, but I went, I just, obviously I just wanted to see what the operation is like from this side. And forming rules and regulations for people to develop how they want to live,
So,
or not develop, in my case.
one side is the policy, the rule maker, the Planning Commission. The DRB carries out those rules or applies them. Do you think you're better at doing the policy development or following the rules? I mean, military is a lot of rules, yes?
I've grown up from forever following rules. I can do that in my sleep, but I'm also a planner too. I've in my Air Force time, I had a lot of times when I worked in plans development, but that's military, not real estate. But I understand the planning actions, what it takes to create a plan. Development Review Board, maybe I don't understand exactly what they do. You just said they do what the Planning Commission tells them.
Well, they
or lays
implement the
down their
land
rules.
regulation rules and
Yeah, they're
apply them.
quasi-judicial as opposed to, legislative.
We have two former members who are,
We don't remember much of it. He remembers more. He was
wants
fun.
to forget it? Is that what you were saying?
Have you been to a meeting of either the Planning Commission or the DRB?
Yes, I've been to both. And again, it was a personal thing because my son and I were in the process of working on I bought 1505 Dorset Street, 44 acres, and we were going to develop it. We've since changed our mind because I really like all that nice vacant land, but I still want to put a house there. So the engineer we were working with told us about what was going on with the LDR. So we went to the meetings, and we were just too late to the game to make any.
So you went to Planning Commission meetings, and then did you ever have an application in front of the DRB?
We went to Paul Connor. From a legal standpoint, it was not a good decision to wait. From a citizen standpoint, if you will, it sounded like a reasonable request from Paul to wait until the new LDR came out. It didn't work in my favor to wait, but that's all hindsight.
So, but you never had to go to a DRB meeting because you never had an application in front of them. right?
I went to them just to see what it was all
To
about.
see what it's like,
Yeah,
okay.
because
Yeah.
I didn't understand what was going on. I didn't know what I was getting myself into. You know, I'm not a developer, so I've never done anything like that. And I've learned a lot, but, you know, I figure I could learn a lot more. I can only mow so much, and I want to do something else, get back involved in something, and the city work seems like it's a noble idea to do that.
Cheverly.
Yes.
Rick, so I see, we don't have your application in our bundle tonight, but I do see on the spreadsheet before me, right next to your name, it says FL resident. Are you a Florida resident, or are you only up here part-time?
I lived 6 months in Florida.
Okay.
And 6 months and a day, and 6 months minus a day here. When I put in my application, the lady at the resident, and I pay a lot of money to be a resident to South Burlington, and she said, well, you're not a legal resident. I said, well, a resident is where you live. So yes, I'm a resident of South Burlington, and like I said, I got the tax bills to prove it. I'm a voting resident in Florida. However, that's going to change probably in the next few weeks because I'm selling the house in Florida, and that's going away. So then I'll be a taxpayer to Vermont state starting next year. And so there, she was, you know, I said that I'm a resident in both places, and I'm not the only one in the world that does that. But she said that she would refer it to the city council to determine whether or not I'm eligible. It's up to you whether or not I'm eligible.
Okay.
If not, I'll apply next year when I am eligible. I mean, you know,
Yeah.
as far as a voting, I'll be voting next year in Vermont.
So we did have quite a back and forth with Mr. Dahlstrom and staff and the city attorney about how we define residency, and it's not well defined anywhere in our documents about committee appointments. So to his point, that was Colin's determination, was that it's up to you all how you want to define it.
Yeah, because the paperwork says, are you a resident? Which I am. Yeah. You know, I looked up in the dictionary after she questioned me. I went, oh, a resident is where you reside. It doesn't have any, the tax implication is simply an IRS thing. And it doesn't have anything to do with residency, except for the IRS and where you pay your taxes to the state. So
But you haven't paid any taxes to either state, right?
I pay a lot more insurance and property taxes in Florida than I do.
But no income state, income
No,
tax
no,
in either state,
no
right?
income tax in Florida.
Right, and so you don't,
Right,
so you
and
don't.
you don't pay income tax
So you haven't
in
paid any
Vermont.
income tax in either state. I was just making a
Next year.
comment, that's all.
True. Pay a lot in property tax. though.
I'm not gonna dispute that.
Yeah.
Not going
Well, I mean,
there.
if we want to talk taxes, right?
Right.
Let's just go ahead and go.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Okay, thank you very much.
I'll be back in a couple of weeks when you have my application, and it's becoming, you know, been to a few of these committee meetings now, and it's not too bad. I learn a lot,
Okay.
especially
you, Rick.
about mowing with electric mowers. All right, thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Right.
Okay, let's take a 5-minute break
Sounds good.
and come back and review and approve a declaration of inclusion.
And I just want to alert people, Diane Bugby sent us an email about that. You saw, okay.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah, when I was looking for
Email
people's
about what?
Oh,
applications that I didn't have, I looked in my email inbox.
okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Is there a reason the call for agenda?
Oh, okay.
So if you wanted to skip
national origin. I mean, in a way, those are constructs. National origin is a geographic boundary that we drew on with lines on a map somewhere. I think if we acknowledge that racism exists, then I don't personally take offense to say that we want to, regardless of race, have these objectives. So I think the language is solid, and I really applaud the work that the staff did put into this. Happy to wordsmith it, maybe come up with some other languages. We're under no time pressure to take this on, so maybe we could think of some changes, send them to the city manager, and then bring this back to the next meeting.
Sure. Okay.
It might be worth, passing it along to high school and middle school teachers, too. I don't know.
I think it's
I mean, we
it's
just
really
had-
close. It's really close.
Yeah, but I found the math teacher from the high school to really be getting at something that we are getting at, right? And I think that,
Yeah. Well, I was just unaware of that, so I have to think about it.
yeah, thanks, yeah. And it's not just in my college class, this also, in my day-to-day, we live in a diverse community, and so when I hear somebody, say to me, well, I'm of a different race, and I say, no, you're not. We're all the same race. And to have them, like, this visual relief come over their expression and say thank you to me, that's something.
Well, we'll be happy to bring it back, and again, just want to thank Jennifer and Martha Machar and Martha Lyons, who are on the call and helped with this.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
We're one species, I guess is what we are, right? We're a species.
The human species, so we're just
Oh, my,
human, right?
yeah.
All right, so we'll move on to 11. Receive a presentation on the Chittenden Solid Waste District's FY23 budget. And Sarah Reeves says, hi there, Sarah. Oh, and we have Paul
Also
Stabler,
here.
who was our rep,
Hey,
our
Sarah.
fabulous rep, who keeps, it's like the Energizer Bunny, keeps on going to meetings.
And he never looks a day older.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, you are too kind.
No, you don't.
Well, I'm going to steal a little of Sarah's thunder, and then Sarah can fill
Okay,
in holes
great.
and correct things. So our budget, as presented here, again, I always like to come up with the first major point is there is no assessment on our member municipalities. That's something we've always done since the first few years of the district. So I'll highlight a few other things, and again, Sarah will go through them. Our solid waste management fee will not change. That's the fee we charge, the tax we put on per ton on trash. About all trash that goes, all our trash at this point goes to the Coventry landfill at this point. So anyway, that's the tax. That's not going to change. Our fees at the drop-off centers are not going to change. The per bag fee will be the same thing. We are increasing the tip fee that we charge haulers that drop off compostable, food waste at our organics diversion facility. That's necessary. We're really close. That's a facility that we took over from Intervale Compost a long time ago and did a lot of hard work. Staff did a lot of hard work, and we are close to breaking even on that now. And so this will get us there, we think, or at least very, very close to it. So we won't have to subsidize that anymore, hopefully. So I will mention one major thing I want to just highlight is our next major project, and we're very excited about, at least I am, is a new materials recovery facility. That's the facility where all your blue bin recyclables go and get sorted. Currently, that facility on Avenue C, I believe it is, in Williston, is 25-ish years old or so. It's really showing its age. Oh, it's more than that. I should know. I've been there that long. But anyway, showing its age, and we don't get the quality of material out of there that now the processors like to see. newer facilities have things like what's called optical sorting, other things where it with automation, it recognizes the material and picks it. So you can get a little higher quality, less contamination in a load. So it'll allow us to get more value for that. So the board voted just a few months ago to proceed with that project, which would include a bond vote in November. I think we're anticipating about a $22 million bond vote, although we may get some money from other sources like American Rescue Plan, I believe, or other things. So we're working through that. They're excited about that. That'll be located on our land in Williston off of Redmond Road. So that's our big project. Certainly, I mean, there are other things going on too, but that is the thing that I'm most excited about right now. I think we need to do that to move forward. And all. So, Sarah, let me turn it over to you, and you can fill in the gaps.
Great, thank you, Paul. Jesse, would it be possible for me to share my screen?
Yes, give me 1 second. Sorry about that.
No worries. So, as Paul mentioned, we have several streams of revenue, not any of which is getting any money from our member towns. We do not do any assessment. And so we always like to mention that because we generally get that question is to say, how much do we pay you? And we say, not a thing. We do this as a member district. I like to start with the bottom line, start with the end. And we're anticipating revenue just over $14 million when we subtract out some of the cost of goods sold, which are essentially things like the buckets that our local color paint goes in. We are left with revenue of just over $13,859,000. We are budgeting expenses at just over $13,808,000. And this is a very, very slim margin. And I'll explain where I think we've got some wiggle room as we move down a little bit. Then we do the transfers to and from reserves, and we get down to zero, just like every other municipality. And as a reminder, we are a municipality chartered in 1987. Paul mentioned our solid waste management fee, and I want to highlight the tons that is based on, and that's where that the revenue is generated from is the tons that are disposed at Coventry. This number is actually significantly down from just 4 years ago. We were seeing a very large uptick in tons being generated within the county because of the high economic activity. COVID hit, everything slowed down, as we know, stopped, and then definitely stopped. And then we started building back up, and we're seeing some of the tons coming back up. But we saw a significant drop in residentially generated waste, and that is about hanging even. So the increase is in commercial activity, construction, demolition, debris. So that's where we're anticipating a very small increase there, very, very moderate. Paul did mention our materials recovery facility. The existing facility we're looking at budgeting quite significantly higher on the expenses. Our contract with our MRF operator, Casella, expires this month. We actually just extended it for 3 months to continue the contract negotiations, and we have budgeted a fairly significant increase in that contract price. So that's where we're seeing our expenses are quite high on the current MRF. Also, just the charges that we are charged by haulers to move our materials to market, to the landfill, and where it needs to go, those prices have increased by about 10 to 12%. So we're seeing those expenses high. The revenue from the material sales, the sale of the blue bin recycling, that's where I think we have some wiggle room. We always budget this number very conservatively because we don't control those markets. But we do think that there's some room there. We're budgeting $80 a ton as the revenue from the sale of the blue bin materials. I think we'll probably actually be in the $95 to $100 average revenue sales price. So that's where I think we've got some, again, room in that revenue line. So I don't think we'll be as tight as I'm budgeting, but again, I like to be very, very conservative on those numbers. And yeah, Paul mentioned the organic divergence facility. We had 2 great years where we made some money. We broke even a little bit last year. I mean, basically we made money the past 2 years. The main reason that we are looking at subsidizing again is because we lost about 1/3 of our tons inbound, and that tonnage was attached to that $60 fee revenue. those tons went to Casella's depackaging facility. So they basically took all of the tons that they collect on their routes, and the ones that even the ones they used to bring to us for composting were diverted to depack. So we're taking some of those tons back. We've got some of those tons back, but we did not recapture all of them. But the good news is we're only about 25% below where we feel is our sweet spot in being able to manage and the amount of tons that we want to manage. So we want to get to about between 5,000 and 6,000 tons. That is where, as Paul said, we think we'll be right on that, being able to break even every year or make a little bit of revenue. So we're probably another year and a half, maybe 2 years away from that. But even so, we're really in great shape. Our compost sales are starting to kind of right size to pre-COVID levels, but we actually just sold out of our compost products this year. So we've hit our sales number. So I think we'll do well there, but again, budgeting conservatively.
Interesting. COVID impacted the compost?
Absolutely. So COVID, it was really interesting. I'll go back here.
A lot more people.
COVID,
Yeah.
a lot of people, when they were staying home, they built gardens if they didn't have them already. If they had them, they expanded them because there was a lot of concern over food security and just being more self-sustainable. So we and every other compost producer in the country sold through everything we had. We luckily went into it with some inventory, so we were able to, again, see that very positive number that you see on the chart. And it had a direct impact. So we're still seeing now those newer gardens are in maintenance mode. We're not seeing as many new gardens being built. But where we're seeing some of the rebounding is in some of those landscaping projects that had been put on hold during COVID. Those are starting to come back as well. But the initial boom was all residents building gardens. And honestly, we love to see that, right? We want to get this material back into the soil. It's wonderful material, and we love to encourage gardening. So it was very interesting.
I'm just trying to understand. So instead of putting the compost at your facility, they just put it back into the soil? Is that the?
Oh, they buy.
So what Casella is doing, they built a new facility, a new operation where they can take packaged food that needs to be depackaged because it's not suitable for sale. So say like a batch of Ben & Jerry's ice cream that has been put into the packages, but for some reason does not pass the quality test for Ben & Jerry's, so that entire run needs to be destroyed. So before July 1, 2020, they could send it to the landfill. Now they have to take that ice cream out of the packaging and then divert that ice cream away from the landfill. So that's what that facility is designed to do.
Oh, yes, okay, because of the law.
Yeah, the law.
Oh, I thought it was people. Okay, I got it.
Yeah, correct. So there's definitely a need for that. That just is one example. There's a large need for that. What had happened, though, was some of the food scraps that had been diverted that were not packaged also went into that facility will amendment that we do. But it was a little dicey there for us for a few months, but we are now rebounding. And again, we're getting to the spot where we want to be, which is the good news. As Paul mentioned, our drop-off centers, we are not increasing the fee there this year. We are looking at our fee structures for the drop-off centers because it does have a heavy subsidy. You'll see this is the third, and actually it's really the 5th year in a row that we are subsidizing this facility. And that may be okay. And that's something for our board to really dig into and understand the pricing structure. We also need to make sure that it's very clear what we charge for, what we don't charge for, and why. There are some items that we can't charge for because it's part of it, product stewardship law, where the manufacturers pay for the cost, so we don't charge the consumer. We are reimbursed from the manufacturers. And there are other items that we haven't traditionally charged for at all, like clean wood. So we'll be taking a look at all of that structure, and there may be changes in fiscal 24, but for right now, all of the pricing is staying the same, remaining the same at our drop-off centers. I did talk about this subsidy, and again, subsidies aren't necessarily a bad thing. So looking at the environmental depot, for example, is the most heavily subsidized of our operations for good reason. And our board, over the years of its existence, has said that we want to make sure that people are able to bring their household hazardous waste to us at no charge, residents that is, to be able to make sure that they don't put it down the drain, they don't put it in their trash, that it is managed properly. We do make some revenue from businesses, small amounts of business HHW we take, but we are really committed to making sure that there is no fee attached to residential material coming through the depot.
I believe we just got a grant, right, for the.
We did.
So that's great. That'll help us a bit in the coming year.
Exactly, we did. We get a small grant each year from the Agency of Natural Resources to help offset some of those costs. It does not come close to covering it. We by and large, far and away, manage the most HHW in the entire state of any of the districts. So, but again, we are committed to making sure that that is done properly. This is a very busy slide, so I'm actually going to point you to the very last bullet. We have made a change to our community cleanup fund this year, and South Burlington has $7,500 in your fund. And normally what happens is each year we will provide an allotment into the fund based on population of the community, and you can build up 5 years worth of that money. And our auditor said, you actually need to budget as if all of your communities were going to spend all of those dollars all in 1 year. So that is what we have done. And the intention going forward is just to continue to fund at that highest level each year. You won't be able to carry it over anymore, but you'll always have your big slug of money available to use. So you won't be able to compound it, but each year you'll have $7,500. So what that means is that you can start to think bigger, right, about different projects, and you can do them annually if you want to. It's not a matching grant, it's just $7,500 for you to use for different community cleanup projects. And you just work through Paul, and we can help you brainstorm or take a look at some of the other things you might have going on in the community that might benefit from some solid waste attention as well, and know that you have this money available for use.
I think, Jesse, we, exchanged a few emails about potential, containers, in certain areas. So certainly, when you get something, let me know.
Oh, good. Exactly. Another very heavy capital investment year coming up for us. We are going to be completing the build out of the compost facility in the first quarter of the fiscal year. We are also hoping to build a new administrative building. We currently occupy a raised ranch, and we are busting at the seams. And we're also looking to make some investments in the Milton drop-off center. We're looking at each year, every other year, to be doing some major investments in our drop-off centers. And Milton needs quite a bit of attention, so that one is up first. And then doing some site preparation for the MRF that Paul talked about, and a new compost screener. So this is a big drawdown in our capital budget, but only if a new MRF is not approved, and that really is the hope, as Paul said. So the new facility would be built again on Redmond Road in Williston. The physical plant, the physical size would double, and that's critical because where we are now, we simply cannot even entertain the thought of taking in any more material or trying to sort any new products or trying to even look at the packaging that's out there. We just can't sort it. We're sorting all of our containers by hand, and we need to join the 21st century. Vermont really deserves a modern facility. And again, we will not be assessing our members for that debt service. We have those multiple streams of revenue. We have been, I haven't even told you this yet, Paul. We have been approved for a grant from a nonprofit agency. We are going to be applying for a zero interest municipal loan. We are looking towards the federal government. They have significant amount of money available for solid waste infrastructure. That grant is still a little iffy, but we will be applying for it. And then for bonding. So the board approved a $22 million limit on a bond solicitation to the voters. It will not be that high. So that is also good news.
And it will be funded out of operating revenues. There won't be any additional tax for the residents.
That's correct. So we have the tip fee, we have the sale of recycling, and then if we need to dip into the solid waste management fee, we can do that as well.
Sarah, Tom has a question.
want to preface this?
Yep, and actually I'm done here, so you can
I want to
stop sharing.
preface the question, Sarah, by saying I fully support the new MRF. It's exactly what we need, but I want to clarify. You make clear in the packet that we received the same bullet point that you just showed, which said that you will not assess member municipalities for this. But I want to understand that it is going to be a multi-year loan, and if the financial outlook changes in 2 to 4 years, you're really saying that you have no plans this coming budgetary year, maybe the year after, to directly assess municipalities. But we are underwriting this debt, and if things change, the outlook changes over the 5, 10, 20-year horizon, we will, as one community, as part of the municipality, will be paying for that debt. Is that correct?
That is correct. And that is, we are required by our charter to seek permission from our member towns to enter into any long-term indebtedness. And it is a general obligation. So the good news is, though, as it gets paid down, then the per capita amount decreases. And we would be looking at a 25-year bond. We could stretch it to 30 years, but most likely 25 would be the length of time. But, we're doing our cash flow and we're looking at, all of the expenses. And again, this is, the tons haven't really changed much. They've grown, actually that's not true. They've grown quite a bit over the past 30 years. But as far as, the steady stream, it's not a brand new business. And so that's the good news, is that we know what is in the stream right now. And then we're building in flexibility for the future so that we can take out more material and, be able to keep more material out of the landfill and find new markets and be able to jump into new markets as they develop. And that's really critical. We can't do that right now. We have zero opportunity to access new markets. And there are growing markets, such as for polypropylene, for example. We just can't grab that market right now, but with new technology, we could. And so we want to be able to have that flexibility for the future. But bottom line, yes, and that will be explained to the voters, is that should something happen and everything collapse, there'll be bigger problems going on in the world. But yes, it would be the general obligation of the member towns in the district to pay that debt service.
I think if you look at the history, certainly we've had some very lean times in the markets and all, but we've managed to make ends meet and not have to assess member towns with that. For instance, when China did their national sword and stopped taking material, that certainly threw the markets in turmoil, but we managed our way through that, and I can't see the legislature changing recycling laws to all of a sudden no longer do it. If they would do that, then probably things would just drop out and we'd be in trouble. But I don't see that happening. So it's going to be required by the state, by law. So I think we're in pretty safe territory there.
Matt, do you have a question?
A quick follow-up on that, if I could.
Go ahead.
It's a quick follow-up. So just to be clear, and my other hat that I've worn, I know that CSWD was adamantly against the bottle bill, which actually would have stripped some of the revenue streams that you collect in the aftermarket. And that does have a factor as you look at the 10, 20, 30-year horizon, that if that bottle bill goes forward as is, it could actually take revenues away from CSWD, which would put the burden back on to the voters. But I'll leave it there.
Yeah, but that brings up a good point that I've made before, was that if anything, they should repeal the entire bottle bill and let CSWD reprocess all of the bottles and cans, but they've said in the past that they don't have the capacity for that. So my question is may I ask a question? Yeah, it's getting late, I know.
You can. Matt has a question too.
You want to go first?
Go ahead, you're on a roll.
So I'm looking at the diversion graphic, and I'm just amazed that there's 51,789 tons of trash that was sent to Coventry that could have been recovered if the customers had done the right thing. Is that the way to phrase that? So when I look at this, so that's an astounding number. I'm not blaming anyone other than the customers, right? but that brings up the question of how do you engage people to understand compliance and what it means? And the second part is that, does anybody have a system model that understands the amount of CO2 that's created in just the collection of garbage and then the transport to Coventry? Has anybody started to put a model together to understand what the haulers spend in CO2 and what you spend in CO2? I'm really curious about that, but I don't want to go off into a 4-hour discussion about that tonight.
No, that's a good question.
You know,
Very good question.
So for next time, maybe,
Oh, and I definitely want to offer that for me to come back and talk specifically about this. And that's one thing I did not mention is that there will be a series of public forums available for, the summer into the fall. But I am more than happy. I would love to come back and talk about these things. Engaging the public, with the new facility, that is the prime opportunity to really drive home what goes in the blue bin and what should not go in the blue bin. And that is critical as well. But there will be just more opportunities to be able to take more types of material. And that's the really exciting part. And you're right. I mean, Coventry is 50, 60 miles from where we are. The less that we can haul up there, the better. And that's what we want to do. We want to keep everything as local as possible. We are also focusing on, when we sort the material, how can we shrink the universe of where we're sending our finished products and keep them as local as possible as well. So we really are focusing on the Northeast and making sure that the finished product materials get to have a home here.
I'll just
as far as
point
the
out
bottle,
too, I think we have one of the highest diversion rates in the country. And when I say we
Yes, we
Chittenden
do.
County. Okay, so yeah, it's discouraging to see that, but then you have to put it in perspective too. And the board's always been very supportive of outreach and communications, and I think we have an excellent staff that does a great job with that. So, but anyway.
We do. Our
Matt
diversion
has
rate.
a question.
It was just a clarification, Sarah, to the other side. Thank you for the presentation. It was, you say double capacity of the MRF. Are you talking through technology? We're not talking about, can you explain that, how you double the capacity?
So the current MRF was actually designed for 25,000 tons of recycling a year, and we're now accepting about 48,000 tons. So we have overloaded our current facility. A new facility would be able to expand up to 70,000 tons, still on one shift, but all through technology. And actually, one thing that will not happen is we do not anticipate needing any fewer people. Right now, we are understaffed. So the goal is to keep people who are currently working there, move them into the new facility, but then the jobs will be much better, more quality control, much less physically taxing. So the size of the building will double. And that is what is critical for us to be able to accept more material. We physically don't have the room to accept any more material than we have right now.
Right. So it's a combination of new technology and also expanding the size of the MRF, the physical size of the MRF. Yes. Yeah.
And better quality working conditions, apparently.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay, any other comments or questions? Well, I thank you for coming in and sharing this with us.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you, Paul.
Thank you. Thank you both.
Okay, item 12, award the preliminary engineering contract for the east-west crossing, the bike and pedestrian bridge over I-89. So we're going to approve it. Do you need to present? No, we'll give you 2 minutes.
Well,
Make it
the
really
public's
pithy.
benefit. It's very important.
Yes,
It
yes,
is.
it's
It's
part
very
of the
important.
process.
I'm happy to make it very short and sweet. I will say that I spent the weekend at my reunion for college, and so I was like really excited because I'd been staying up until 11 o'clock, so I thought I'd be really well prepared for this meeting. I find myself, I'm really actually happy to cut it a bit short. I know I wanted to recognize that Peter Pochop is on, and he's from VTrans, and so he's the Municipal Assistance Service representative who's managing this project for us within VTrans, and so I just wanted to recognize him. If you've had a moment to read the memo, really excited, very privileged to be here. This project, the East-West Crossing pedestrian bicycle bridge over I-89, has received a $9.7 million grant from the federal government. It's a really exciting and unique and very competitive grant. As you know, we've applied 4 times, and so we did receive it. And it's also a grant that is constantly in flux through every administration, so we don't have a contract for it, but we do have direction from FHWA that has been working with us since we received the grant, and has worked with VTrans in order to ensure that we have an advance contract through VTrans, and so that as this project moves forward, we're able to contract with VTrans and to get reimbursed as bills come in on the project. So
I just want to compliment you on the number of acronyms. This was stellar.
I actually spelled out some of them and did not make them into the acronyms that I
That's
had to
okay.
learn when I first got this. So thank you. So I think, you know, one of the important things that it's good to just underline, there's two things and then I will be quiet. One is that we asked for an 80-20 match and we received less than that. So just under 70%. So we're actually just above 30% in terms of the match that we need to give. Our TIF will only match 30%. So we have about a $500,000 gap. We're going to make up part of it with staffing, and so staffing as a match, but that will not make up all of that. So we will be seeking other sources for that match. And then another important thing is that this project has a very tight timeline. So we are working in order to develop a concept for you guys to consider in November, and everyone's been very good about working with us. VTrans has been working within their administration to make sure that all the different departments are aware of this project, how unique it is from a funding and regulatory perspective, and have even achieved NEPA clearance, which is pretty amazing for a project at this stage. So when we look at our chart, we're sort of like both back here because we don't have a concept and up there because we do have NEPA clearance. And that means we can do things like simultaneously go after right-of-way clearance. So we get to double up parts of the timeline. And in putting together the concept with the community over the summer and into the fall, that will enable us to to put together a cost estimate and bring a proposal for a TIF district question for a town meeting ballot for your consideration. That would come in November, and that is our last opportunity for a regularly scheduled meeting to bring a question to the voters, and there's actually 4 potential projects that could go on that, and they're the last 4 remaining projects that we're working on. So Garden Street, Phase 2, this project, and the City Center Park connection and the Wilson Road Streetscape. So just wanted to put that out there so you're aware of that. So,
That'll be a big one, won't it?
Yes.
Hence why Alana's working so hard right now at preliminary engineering and getting things teed up, so we have really good numbers to go. She's doing a huge amount of heavy lifting at the moment.
So that concludes my presentation. If you have questions.
You might get to bed by 10:30, Alana.
I have a quick question. What's the difference between the RAIZ and the RAISE?
So they're the same thing, and so the federal grant management program requires a code. So like pedestrian bicycle is, I think it's BP or something, and so they couldn't fit RAISE in, so it's RAIC.
There you go.
Huh.
Gonna make your motion, Counselor
So
Barrett?
we need a motion for the resolution first, correct? Is that the only thing we have to move? Yeah. So I would entertain a motion to support the resolution awarding a contract for preliminary engineering for the east-west crossing RAISE, but with a Z, pedestrian bicycle bridge project.
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Raise it up.
Yeah.
You know, this will be the quickest
First
$100 million
meeting,
grant we.
Just make sure it's higher than the truck tops. That's the important thing.
I heard we have to make it higher than the other bridge.
Yeah.
So, if I may, and Jesse may have announced this already, but for anyone listening or watching tomorrow or next week, since this contract is now approved officially, the first community workshop on this project will be on June 16th. We'll have an open house at 5:30 in the senior center, and we'll start the workshop in this room at 6:30 on Thursday, June 16th.
Wow.
And there will be an online option. So thank you.
Can we make it artistic, the bridge? Is there anything?
Yes.
All right.
There is, so the Public Art Committee made a decision to recommend that we request an artist be included within the project team. And so this project team brought in an artist with them, and the artist that they brought is actually the same artist. So you guys are familiar with the artist that did the art for the stormwater pond.
The geese.
For the what?
For the stormwater pond. And so they will participate in all of the design.
Geese Park.
The geese.
Goose Park.
I'm sorry.
That
Sorry.
one over there.
Yes.
Yeah.
All of the silicon bronze
Affectionately
geese.
known as ducks in my lexicon, but
Officially gooses. We're talking to him. Please refer to them as gooses. That's the copyrighted name. But he will be attending all of the workshops to learn from the public and think about how
cool.
to incorporate art in the project.
Thinking something Christo, you know?
something what, crystal?
Christo, like draped. Like a huge structure that's draped in the beautiful fabrics, you know?
Uh-huh.
Please submit
Stained
all.
glass, stained glass shimmering,
Absolutely.
mountainous steel. Anyway, we'll see.
We'll work on it, yes.
Maybe get your wife on it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Moving on to item 13, review and approve potentially the final survey for public outreach on the use of the ARPA funds. And Jesse has included that in our packet.
So following the conversation at the last meeting, we have simplified this, rearranged it. It is here for, I can walk through it, but it's pretty self-explanatory.
I have a comment on it, just in the interest of time.
Yep.
Just jumping right to it, and I'm sorry if you dug into this at the last meeting. I watched most of or some of it. I have had experiences with anonymous surveys where if we get at the end of this 600 responses and 500 of them are all saying the same thing without any name attributed to it, saying that, for example, support local businesses is absolutely paramount, I just think we'll have less credibility for the results. Now, by no means am I saying we should require a name, a first name, a last name, and an email address, but I think this would actually be a much stronger result set if there was an optional field to ask for first name, last name, email, and if somebody does not want to choose it, you can even put optional there. But if we have 500 of 600 responses all saying for one thing and none of them have names attributed to it, I will discount whatever it informs us on that perspective. So that's one piece of advice.
Okay.
Yeah, I tend to agree with it. I mean, I don't know. I mean, this is money. I mean, why not have that option to have the name in there? Makes sense to me. You don't have to put it in.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay. Is
So-
everyone agreeable to that?
So if it's optional, what will that mean? How will we interpret those who fill it in and those who don't?
Less likely for foul play.
Huh?
Less likely for foul play. Someone manipulating the results.
But if it's optional, what's?
Well, I mean, at least the results could say that, you know, of the 2,500 we receive, 10% were anonymous and the rest were attributed to an individual, and that would, you know, potentially make the outcome sturdier. I don't know.
I don't think it causes any harm. And it could
Well-
do some good.
The only thing I have
concern over is we just passed this inclusion, or we're taking it back for thought, is sometimes people don't like putting their names in.
No.
They don't want to be exposed because they feel that they are not accepted in our community, to be quite honest. And I hesitate with that, because they might not fill it out.
Well, that question's asked at the very end.
Right,
And it's optional.
right.
So.
But if we don't take those who are anonymous as seriously as those who have put their name in.
Well, I don't know if we're saying we wouldn't take the anonymous ones
Or it's
not
gonna
seriously.
be suspected of foul play or things like this. I don't know.
Well, I don't know. To me, it's sort of like when I was in the legislature, you get postcards
Yeah.
that somebody, printed out, and, you get 800 postcards that say exactly the same thing. And it's kind of like, okay, someone had a big budget and could get a bunch of people to fill them out. I mean, I never went and made sure that every name on them was a Vermont resident. So it really does happen when it's high stakes. I don't know if this is high stakes.
Yeah, I don't either.
But
What are the technologies we're going to be using? Is there going to be like an online version of this that people can fill out on the web? But there could also be paper that's like in the other paper, they could clip it out and mail it back in, or?
So we hadn't planned for that option. What we had planned for was it's an online Survey Monkey.
Yeah.
And that we would push it out through all of our networks, and then also at all of the summer events that we will be tabling at, we'll have iPads there where people can fill it out.
Okay.
Like at the table.
A piece of paper at the table?
No, iPads.
Online. So if it's online, whatever provider you use for
We'll
that
have
function,
IP addresses.
does it give you the flexibility or the information about the uniqueness of the IP address that sent it? Like the fact if somebody sits here and goes, go, 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 and you get 50 with the same address, it's questionable. But if
So-
you get a couple because somebody shared their computer, that's okay,
So we will, when we export the data, we will have IP addresses.
Oh, you will, okay.
So we will be able to look at that. The challenge with that is always, if 50 people fill it out at Sobu Night Out on our iPad,
right,
it's the
Yeah.
same IP address or in the
But
library or
but
whatever.
you'll have
But
the
then you can,
timestamp for that.
sure, yeah. But we can also look at it, I mean, maybe we can look at it, when we do the analysis, we could look at those who came in all to get, like, from one IP address
Yeah.
and figure out how similar or different they are.
Sure.
And then if it's looking like it's the exact same survey filled out, 2-minute time stamped apart from the same IP address, that's one thing. If it's, 50 from the same IP address, 2 minutes apart, and they're all over the place, that's clearly different.
I
We'll be
don't
able to
think
look at the
Russian
data that
bots
way.
are going to be on this too much.
There is one other benefit to just optionally ask for it is sometimes people put comments in there and you really want to
Right.
follow up with them. And so if you make it very clear and bold, optional, name, optional, email, that's just, we can't follow up with them if they don't have it. I don't see harm in adding it. I think it'd be a better survey with stronger results in the end if it was there.
It does also give us the option, if they fill out email addresses, to follow up with them and say, would you like to apply, would you like to sign up for City News? Would you like to, blah, 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 blah. So it is a.
Yeah, email, I don't have an issue with. But they might put in a fake email address.
Yeah,
I
they
mean,
very well
that's
could,
what
yeah.
people really want their privacy to be maintained. It's very, especially with dealing with government.
It'd be nice to know what neighborhood they live in.
Yeah.
So like if it was a street
well,
and
and that
email, is that-
we asked that question in this.
you do? Okay. All right.
Yeah.
So I mean, email address is good. I think
What
it's fine.
area do you, is
Yeah.
your home in? Sort of. I mean, it isn't.
Yeah, just to make it a requirement.
Okay.
Well, I would support adding the optional personal information.
Yeah, and that looks great.
Or if you'd like follow up or something, if you'd like.
Yeah.
if you like someone from the city to follow up with you.
Oh, yeah,
or-
yeah.
That makes sense, yeah.
Okay. Good, so I would entertain a motion for approval of the final survey with that additional language for optional name and
Yeah,
email address, I guess, is what we're asking, right?
yeah.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion?
I just want to thank everybody,
Yeah,
Andrew and the
that's great.
staff who, there's huge improvement, so I really appreciate.
Yeah, thank
I
you
think
very
it's
much.
much more
So, all in favor?
accessible.
Aye.
Aye, okay.
You all made it stronger, so thank you for
Okay.
that.
Where is Andrew?
Andrew is somewhere between here and the international border. He was traveling last week and
Oh.
got stuck.
Oh, no.
No.
Not, I don't think badly. They were due back today, but he thought he was going to walk into the meeting and
You can't come from out of the country to the U.S. with a positive, you have to have a negative COVID test to get back in the country.
oh yeah,
yeah.
yeah. No, I think that's fine.
Yeah,
I
no,
think it's more
yeah.
just air
But
travel.
you can fly to Canada without a negative, and then you can drive across.
Okay.
I know people that do this.
All right, so the next item is 14, appoint council liaisons to committees.
So this is following up on the bylaws you adopted. We had a conversation at the last meeting about this, but Councilor Chittenden wasn't here. So I just added in this final column of what you discussed, not saying that these are the decisions, but just trying to, in my mind, kind of track your discussion. If you want to approve slates of 2 or 3 committees each tonight, that would be great. But if you don't want to do this tonight, there's no hurry. You can also, it would be great if this was done at the next meeting. So when we have the orientation in July, you know who you're talking to.
Yeah, poor Tom only got half a one, so.
My wife
I
thanks you
think-
all. This is perfect.
I think that we need to rethink this.
We had you on every single one, but you weren't here that time.
Yeah, that's right. Is anyone regretting the ones that they,
No, I like mine.
Yeah, I like mine too.
I like mine too, and Tom, you're, who, is it you or Matt who is gonna be doing this? I think it has to be you. Okay. Cause then at least everyone but you has 3.
Yeah.
I'll take as
You're
many as you want.
stretched.
That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, give me one or the other, biker pad or rec and park. Which one do you want? Want to flip for it, Thomas?
Quick.
Take Rec Park.
1, 2, 3.
All right, I'll take biker pad.
Okay, and then you have the dog, common area for dogs.
Yeah, well, I feel like I'm part of that committee already.
Yeah, right, you've been sliding along the
We've got
pavement,
the
you
biggest
bet.
dog in the dog park.
I know.
Okay, that's great. So we'll approve this with, or just agree to it? Does that need a big vote?
You do need to vote.
Okay. All in favor with this list with Tom as the sole recreation and parks liaison and the rest stand?
Aye.
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 Aye. Okay, good. I don't know if it was seconded, but I
I'll
think
second
was
it
close enough.
if you need one, Sue.
All right. Okay. Item 15, consider entering executive session for the purposes of discussing labor relations, agreements with the police department, fire department, and city hall public works employees.
Right, so I move that the council make a specific finding that premature general public knowledge of the council's discussions regarding the negotiation of labor agreements with city employees would clearly place the public body at a substantial disadvantage.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye. I also now move that the board enter into executive session for the purpose of discussing the negotiation of labor agreements with city employees, inviting Jesse Baker, Andrew Bullock, and Colin McNeil into this session with the council.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
So we will be coming back into open session, hopefully to vote.
Right.
All right.
Attorney,
City attorney and, yes,
members.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone.
we're not making any more changes.
Not making any changes. I would just recommend that in addition to the approval of the agreements that were negotiated, I would recommend that you authorize someone on your behalf to sign the contracts once they are finalized.
Okay.
That could either be you, Madam Chair, or Ms. Baker.
Why don't we have the manager sign them?
So may I do that all in
that
one
right?
fell swoop?
Yep.
So I'd just like to make that friendly amendment that we authorize our city manager, Jesse Baker, to sign those just approved collective bargaining agreements between the city and the South Burlington Police Officers Association, between the city and the South Burlington Career Firefighters Association, between the city and the South Burlington City Hall and Public Works Employees Association.
Second.
Okay. Ready for the vote? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you very much. Reports from councilors on recommendations for all of the different pathways. And we're hopefully going to get the final numbers for South Burlington in terms of goals, the actual goals. So that's going along really well. The Airport Commission employments are growing back to pre-COVID numbers. People are astonished and happy. And in fact, they were, Nick and I can't remember who else went with him, are out meeting with 6 or 7 additional airlines. So things are pretty solid there. We signed or recommended a $53,000 art contract with the BCA to redo. Remember the trees kind of that they had, and all the wood that looked like trees when you went through the TSA.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
they're doing a new one because there's going to be a new hallway to the consolidated. It's called a forest revitalized, and it sounds kind of nice. Let's see. Oh, the landscaping gateway master estimate was low, and we had anticipated, or our consultants had anticipated each house was going to cost about $50,000, $10,000. So they'll continue working on more money comes in from the FAA to support it.
And what's all involved in that again? Is it HVAC or doors and windows or both?
All of those, doors, windows, there's also Vermont gas systems, and I think Vermont people are working on your house.
Is that per house, 110,000?
Yes.
That seems like an awfully high number.
Well,
For
have you
windows
bought a
and
window
doors.
lately? I mean, wood,
Yeah,
all
I
of
have,
that
and
stuff.
it certainly was not in that range. Yeah.
Well, this is a whole house of windows.
Actually lose a little bit of area inside the house.
Yeah.
Not much, but
It's-
if they add another layer to the wall on the inside, then
Wow.
you know, that's
Okay, I didn't
gonna
realize
be
it's- so it's new drywall and all of that stuff.
probably something like that. Yeah.
Okay, I didn't realize there was new walls.
Yeah.
Okay.
2 commissioners will be included in the airport search for director. And
Is that you?
I don't know yet.
Okay.
I don't know. And the terminal integration is hopefully, or the Dayton, to think about we're already 150 plus school students over. So we qualify for the estimated fees, the demographer, I guess? Or he's a consultant?
He's
He's an engineer for RSG. He's like the Vermont. He's an engineer for RSG fee.
Williston was saying in city or select board, when you continue cost associated with this continued growth. So please think about it from the school board.